wrapping up the final collection of Eridonis's lost memories and the shattered star pieces, the fragments that made up his strange celestial order, by thwarting a scheme of a strange group of giants that were occupying a volcano that had seen a very confrontational history. After cleaning everything up and relinquishing control of the volcano to a cult, after helping see to it that their ritual was concluded, your group started to leave the volcano itself. And along your way, as you're leaving, your group sees the furbolgs from before run up. A bit bruised and battered, but doesn't seem like there's any losses or even broken legs or anything like that. No one seems to be getting dragged along. They'll come on up, and one of the furbolgs who did the fire rope challenge will speak to you and say, "Did things go well on your end?"
Well enough, the fire giants are dealt with.
We assumed as much once we saw the nephews begin to flee. They did not stick around for long. I suppose they had some sort of connection.
The Dragon Prom's fine too. They got that, I don't know what the fuck I want to call it, Dragon Ward. That shit up.
Arkveld flew away. We witnessed that much. As for the cult,
yeah, they're kicking around, but they said they'll fuck off from bothering you, so.
They're doing some sort of Hadar ritual now to finish dealing with that dragon.
Well, I at least hope you're right about that. At the very least, this utter display of force that your group put on should hopefully be enough to deter them from trying anything again. With the dragon gone, finding a new home, and the giants thwarted, perhaps we can start to rebuild something out here. Open some stuff up here. Gotta remember something. In the meantime, the furbolgs will say, "Come, let's return to the village. We'll see to it you return the things that we lent and are attended to of any injuries that you may have sustained. Once we're done, your group can return with your flying vessel. Stay with us until it arrives." If you would accept our hospitality.
Of course.
Then very well. We will walk ahead. They'll do as they say. Head on a bit ahead of your group, giving yourselves some time to talk, if you would like to. Well, I get some information.
Well, shall we get moving? Here there's a celebration in our honor all of a sudden.
All of a
I don't
sudden?
know about that, but, you know, I don't plan on standing in the sweltering fucking heat. Lava is obnoxious.
Eridan's just gonna walk along. Oh god, the last time we were in the village, you got... Oh, okay. It all came rushing back like a horrible memory.
Oh, fucked. Oh.
A horrible, horrible memory.
So, how are you feeling, Adonis? Last of it, right?
Indeed, it feels like a relief. Remembering everything. It's the last of it, I suppose. But also the beginnings of something, well, beginning again, I suppose. He's gonna give a small smile to Persephone.
You seemed perfectly fine before, but I guess if you have your memories back now, you're ready to carry on with our delve into the deep?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I am. Either way, nerd.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to check, is the time of day correct here? Trying to remember
Let's
when our
just say
airship
it's
captain would...
even 5.
Trying to figure out when our airship captain would get back. And if we should send him a sending message or not.
I was gonna say, you probably should send him a message.
Good thing I have a new prepared slot that I can use now because we leveled up.
Yeah, shove it in the task.
Otherwise.
This once.
So
Normally, whenever you get the level up, you would immediately gain the spell slot at least, but it's fine. I don't care now. Just a sending message.
How eerie does it look with no regular moon in the sky and only the waning red one?
Is it a Rudis moon?
Yeah, it's a Ruidus waning gibbous.
Oh, okay.
That's a
Kapha is,
new moon, yeah.
Kapha's in new moon, so you can't see it.
I suppose it's
Green.
only 5. It's only 5 p.m., so I don't imagine the moon is in full swing as of quite yet. But I'd say maybe there's an additional hint of red on the horizon.
You think
Just the
moon can
sky
make
seems
out
a
while
little-
we're not looking?
The sky seems a little brighter, perhaps.
What
Only
is it?
slightly. Not enough to detract from your day.
What is it we need to say to him, timeline-wise?
Dude, I guess a fuck about the timeline. Just tell him to get over here.
What if he's already here?
Maybe give us a couple of hours.
What if he's already here? Persephone looks up into the sky. He's not.
I'm not sure if we could see him from there with all the smoke going on. And everything else from the volcano. Either way, Erdonos will just tell Fenzira. Just tell him to return to the place where he dropped us off as soon as possible. We can partake in the festivities, but I'm sure we all wish to be on our way back to Ankarel to deal with the mess there once and for all. Are we in agreement?
Something like that.
Yeah,
Finish my thought. Glad to hear everything's back up there. Not having memories you should have kinda fucking sucks.
I don't think I caught that, Persephone. Could you say that again?
Not having memories you're supposed to have kind of fucking sucks.
We'll have to talk about that later. Erdon's just going. Erdon's gonna keep on walking. He's not gonna say much. This is a talk for when we get back to the settlement at the very least.
Of course. Alrighty. So,
I really feel like saying words, but I will inform the man to return as soon as he
You
can.
know, I never did get to use this rune.
Huh?
And I'm going to fly back to the settlement.
Oh my gosh, okay.
take off into the sky and head a little bit ahead of the group, just making circles in the air and enjoying some time while you still can.
God, what a fucking show off. I really like him, actually.
Yeah. It's better than being annoyed. Like you were before.
Yeah. Listen, Eric's was a good guy, just didn't mix.
And somehow Loudmouth is better?
Yeah, kinda. A lot, actually.
Certainly gives me more of a headache, but I think that's my own problems.
I think we just don't like the same kind of people.
I mean, it's fine. It's fun, but it makes me really stressed out that he's going to say something really stupid and get us
Doesn't
into more
everything
trouble.
make you stressed out?
A lot of things do stress me out, and someone being incredibly unpredictable does that, so.
People are unpredictable. Just how it is.
Some more than others. A little healthy caution never hurt anybody, especially when, you're getting fucking targeted. But maybe it's hard for me to not be paranoid, considering I've kind of always had to be on edge. Hopefully one day I don't have to be, but I don't know when that's gonna happen. You only make me nervous.
We'll figure it out.
You only make me nervous for different reasons, but that's its own thing. I'm just shy.
How's that effect on people?
Anyway, moving on. We're going. Fucking walk.
Alright. With that, you press forward, and eventually your group will make it to the village. Arriving once again, things seem as they were when you left. Not much has changed, and it doesn't appear that they've fully decorated or anything of that sort for any form of huge celebration. However, as you do get back, some of the furbolgs do appear to be wrestling in the caged arena, finishing up their fights as you arrive. Maybe their own form of celebration to some capacity, but by the time you arrive, the other furbolgs already inform the elder of the village that things are taken care of, as well as any other members of this small place, and wherever they might be. With that, a sigh of relief almost comes over this place as the wind blows calm and all seems, for the most part, relaxed. Another day survived. The elder himself, along with Diazma, will head on over to your group. He'll speak and say, "It's fortuitous we meet again, and with you successful. I have heard of your victories, and what we should have to expect in the future. But I am very glad that fate has lended us a hand to allowing your group to come along. At least long enough to help us in our time of. Until your ship arrives and you're able to be on your way, our home is yours. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to let us know."
I appreciate that. Don't mention it.
Of course.
Mutual and all that.
You have my gratitude. And I hope you found what you were looking for. Looking to you, Eridanos.
Eridanos gives a slow nod. Indeed, this trip has been most enlightening. And all the better that we were able to help you and your people.
He'll say, "Of course. If you ever need anything again in the future, you're always welcome back. This is not a one-time offer. However, he'll kind of extend his hands out. If you may return our runes, that would be appreciated.
Indeed. I will hand over my Orb of the Stein rune.
Stein?
I will delete it from my inventory.
Perfect. Yeah, just go ahead and remove all the runes from your inventories. It's not like I'm going to be using them again in the future. And once all the runes are handed over, he'll say, with that, I'm going to return now. Speak with everybody, and try to come up with some sort of plan for the future. Now that we do not have threat upon threat bearing upon us, we should do our best to try and rebuild, and maybe even reach out to some of the older members of our village to their return. Once again, thank you. May the winds flow forever in your favor. With that, he'll depart, leaving your group in Diasma. We'll step up, backpack on, all types of adventuring gear strewn upon them, and some jungle traveling clothes. And now that he's done with formalities, I think I'm going to be on my way. You see them kind of still wrapped up, some bandages or recovering wounds from dealing with the giants, but energetic and a pep to their step. She'll say, like I told y'all, didn't plan to stick around once this place was taken care of. Not sure if that cult's going to become an issue again, but I think everyone here should be able to take care of themselves. So I reckon I'll be on my way to begin my travels with the Gloom Jungles. Hope I see a dinosaur.
I'm trying to remember who was it that turned me into a dinosaur anti-believer. It was someone.
Anti-believer.
Or is it a flat earther?
They don't exist in the Gloom. They don't exist in the Gloom Jungles. They only exist out in the Shattered Teeth.
You were in the Emporium, and
Was it the Emporium? I'm trying to remember who turned me to a flat earther.
I'm pretty sure it was maybe Eric's before he left.
That makes sense, given that they're from the Shattered Teeth.
I'll say to Diasma, there's no chance I could entice you to stay an extra 20 minutes.
I appreciate the forwardness, but no, unfortunately not. I'm just too excited to get on my way. Unless you want to go out into the jungles. But I imagine you're busy with your own type of adventure.
It's a whole underwater city with a sunken god. I think we told you about it.
Yeah, no biggie, right? But we can always meet again. And I would look forward to that. I'll be heading to Eos, and maybe if your sunken god expedition doesn't take you too long, you can head over as well once you're done. Assuming you're not done with adventuring completely after all that.
I'll look you up.
Right on. Kind of looks to the rest of you. Thanks for your help. I appreciate you stopping and trying to figure out some of our issues, even if you could have just tried to solve the problem yourself.
Hey, look, don't mention it.
No?
Hey, since you're taking off. I was kind of a bitch to you earlier. Sorry about that. Fire doesn't really mix well anymore, so.
Right. No, it's alright. Hey, I don't take it personally. It's just water under the bridge in the end of the day. Or fire under the bridge. Either way. You get it. But no, there's nothing to scoff at with that. You guys did a good thing. And you didn't even necessarily need to. You could have just went in there and grabbed your stone and left. I'm sure you might even be able to talk to the giants, but who knows. Point is, it's something to look towards as an example. I'll definitely be considering that on my own journey. Just doing good for the sake of it, eh?
Something like that. I wish you the best of luck. Venturing kinda kicks you in the ass sometimes.
Right on, here's hoping. Well, I guess I won't stay any longer. I'll be on my way. See ya. That she'll turn off and leave. Off to new horizons, into the jungles of Ashanador.
You know, I'm sure it took a lot of restraint to not say that you'd do it in the jungle, and I really appreciate that.
Alright, where's this airship? Let's get out of here.
And immediately all interest was lost in the village.
So you send your message, Finzara?
Yeah.
Cool. Just tell him to come pick you up.
Yes.
Alright. After, I'd say, maybe an hour of waiting, as the sun begins to set and the red moon just starts to rise over the horizon, you look overhead and kind of a little bit, I don't know how to describe it. It's like when the sun is behind an object, where it's casting a rather beautiful shadow. This one appearing a little more sinister. Your airship descends low enough and then tosses down a ladder for your group to enter on whenever you're ready.
Just to rewind just a little bit, because we have an hour, there's something I wanted to do.
Sure.
Yeah, just back to the conversation, just... I'm not sure how long that guy's gonna take, but... gonna be honest, kind of getting over the whole thing with fire, so I am gonna make myself run that stupid boulder course over and over again. Don't know if either of you want to join me.
The boulder course?
The one where you're carrying a boulder over a field of lava?
Yeah, that one. It's gonna be a very pleasant fucking experience.
I would love to join you, but you saw me try to cut grass when you met me, and that did not work, so...
Oh, I almost forgot about that. Yeah, you two fucking sucked at that.
Okay, he was fine. I was bad.
I'm gonna go give my rune back to the old man.
You were supposed to have done that beforehand.
Eridons would probably set up a Stargazer scope.
I'm not going to call him on that because he's probably trying to find somebody else to talk to.
I told you just to strip it from your inventory once he asked for it.
Damn, he just handed that old man a rock. He didn't even look at it.
Yeah, we'll say you get the rune back to him one way or another. If you want to talk to them in private, though, you can.
I mean, maybe they have a smaller rock that I can carry.
Yeah, fine. You don't have to join me.
I mean, it could be fun.
Besides,
I didn't participate in any
anyway.
of them except for the last one. What did you say? Sorry, I cut you off.
Said it's gonna be painful anyway. It's fucking lava.
Then I will cheer you on from the sidelines. That's probably better.
There'd be no
I don't know if
other
you
ways.
cheer for that, but
Well,
sure.
Cheering you on, hoping you can overcome your problem. Supportive. Give a thumbs up.
It's so weird.
I don't know how to say the words that are in my brain. It stops working whenever I look at you. So anyway, let's just go.
Alright. What are you saying, Adonis?
Surely there could be easier ways to try to overcome your fear of fire instead of, well, subjecting yourself to that. Well, that's just my perspective on things.
Yeah, you'd think so. Adonis, you remember when you met me?
I certainly do.
Every time I fired that fucking gun, my hands shook like no other. This is just how I have to do it.
Then I wish you all the best. For now, though, he's going to take a look through his scope. It seems rude. This isn't waiting gibbous right now.
So what the hell does that mean?
It means that we're going to see a red moon in the sky. Not a full one, but it would still be interesting to observe it. I think I'll stay here for now. See if I can't find a good vantage point.
Okay, fuck, go for it, I guess.
Anything anyone else in your group would like to do before the airship arrives? All right.
Is there like maybe not a tavern, but like a kitchen or a pantry somewhere in this village?
Yeah. You got a storage area for food. Somewhere it's prepped.
I'm gonna go raid it for snacks.
You're able to find various delicious jungle fruits and perhaps some meat ingredients for stews.
If I take, like, let's say 5 pounds of jungle fruits and a couple of dried meats, what kind of fruit do I get?
Oh, man. What kind of fruit do you get, huh? Well, what fruit don't you get, really? I don't know. Let's see. Google jungle fruits. Let's see.
Jungle juice.
Which one of these sound the most delicious? Ooh. You get camu camu. You got some bananas, coconuts, grapefruits, guavas, pineapples. Whatever that one is. Some jackfruit. Maybe a durian
Don't
mixed
eat
in
too
there for
much of
some
those.
smell.
They'll take out your brain if you do.
I'll say the most exotic fruit you'll receive, given the circumstances of this whole encounter, would be a dragon fruit. Or a couple. Things that you've seen before in Ankarel's markets, you certainly observe. Nothing remotely exotic, just maybe better preserved or fresher. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Very well. The airship arrives around 6. It deploys its rope ladder, and your route climbs. There's no better vantage point than this, Adonis, as you will set up your scope and try to make adjustments as the ship gets ready to turn. Eventually moving in a straight enough line that you're able to kind of keep things steady. The rest of you get into different positions of relaxation. The captain will say, "So how did it go? This is the last location I was tasked to take you to. It should be done now."
Indeed, our business here is done. Thank you, Captain, for bringing us to these far-flung corners of Marquette.
Don't mention it. I got paid well just to basically take a tour of the jungle. I can't hate that. It's been quite nice to just fly around a bit. Usually you have to stick to such strict routes that you kind of get used to things. Not a lot of excitement. But we'll be heading back to Ankarel now. Guess to get back into some state of normalcy. Whatever business you have there.
What is normalcy for an airship captain?
Just flying the same old trade routes. These days, being in an airship is pretty safe as long as you know where to avoid. Honestly, sailing in the oceans is more dangerous if you're trying to head towards the Menagerie Coast from this way. You gotta go through the Iron Authority. The tolls there are... well, it's worth trying to get into a scuffle.
I'm gonna reach into my pack and take out my durian fruit and open it up on the ship where everyone's trapped within the vicinity.
Oh no.
To all of you, a repugnant stench begins to overtake the boat. The captain will say, "Toss whatever that is off!"
It's fruit!
Fucking,
Ugh, that's not
fucking
fruit.
Persephone,
I
who's
think it's a
been...
local delicacy.
That's fucking, I don't know, Asmodeus's after lunch.
Persephone, who had been fucking running the boulder course before then, just sweating, bullets, jacket off, all that. Just, like, laying down is gonna lazily just tilt their head up a bit. Fuck you.
Would you like to try some?
Go to hell.
Just, if you're not gonna toss it off, eat it quick. Quit talking.
Well, I'm not gonna waste good food.
Then eat it.
I'll start eating it.
I'll be rid of some of these jackasses by the time we're done.
Yeah, actually, I thought about it. Give me some.
It doesn't taste nearly as bad as it smells.
Yeah, I don't fucking believe you, but it's fruit, so I don't give a shit.
Shockingly quite good.
I will
You can
partake as
overcome
well
this.
if he can allow it.
Let's need to make this shit.
Nature makes a
It's
lot of
sort
weird
of
things.
Defense mechanism to keep the local wildlife away.
Yeah, like that fucking does anything.
Well, we've got the fruit, don't we?
Didn't make it smell any less bad.
Nature's bug repellent.
I certainly wouldn't eat it if I was an Axebeak.
You want some Adonis? Usually always hungry.
No, I think I'm quite all right.
You
Something
feeling
wrong
okay?
with Eridanis.
No, I'm just. I have other things to be concerned with at the moment. Perhaps we can
Alright.
speak to Jadad and see if he can source any of that fruit.
I think Jadad would be ran out of the fucking market stall if he did.
Perhaps.
I'm keeping my fucking eye on you, bro. Ben's just like staring at you. Trying to read you.
He's not doing anything wrong.
Why are you gay?
Why are you not eating?
He no longer needs to fill the empty void with mindless fruit.
Eridanis not eating the shit fruit, literally
He
incomprehensible.
ate cat food. Why did you?
That was before.
It's true, you did eat
That was old Eridanis. This is a new, refined
This is new
Eridanis.
crash out Eridanis.
That's why
The,
Ben
the
is
void,
staring
the
at
void has
him.
been filled with all his old memories, and now he's back to being a normal, crazy warlock.
Exactly.
That's why they're
All's
staring
right
at
in the
him.
universe.
They're like, what the hell?
Well, actually, he got all his memories back. Is he just a normal crazy wizard now?
He's not a wizard, that's for sure.
Actually, nerd, I'm now changing all my work levels to wizard levels.
Okay, no, you weren't.
I'm actually level 9 wizard now.
That's funny. Incorrect.
I mean, if he got all his memories back, that's all magic is for wizards. It's just memories, so he should be like 20th level.
And you aren't a wizard, so You don't know anything, and you're wrong. Anyways,
You believe this guy?
the ship takes a couple of days to travel to eventually reach Ank'Harel, but on the way, Eridanis, as a point of reminder, quite strangely to you, after the events that transpired in the previous day, you don't feel yourself moving towards that same place. As you'll recall, that's a choice you have to consciously make now. More so than a pull anyone else can assert upon you.
Yes. And yes, I do have that in mind, and Eridanis would very consciously not want to get pulled to that place or go or interact with anybody there for now.
I would say more understandably, I guess, to make it a little better, you would understand that there's certainly a pull or a want for you to enter, but you don't have to respond.
He's not going to respond.
All right.
He's just letting
it go on
to voicemail. He's letting it go to voicemail. Oh, God.
Any thoughts you want to go for?
I do need to think on where I'm going to contact Pombre, because I think I'm going to piss her off if I summon her in the shade for the the third or fourth time at this point.
Normal meeting grounds. Great.
I told you not to bring me to the same place more than once. Any particular thoughts? Actually, yes. From what I have written down here, it seems that the ritual was specifically performed at some sort of confluence of the, I guess, ley lines. And of course, it was done during the calamity and all that. Do I remember the exact location where this failed ritual occurred?
Give me 1 second.
Did it occur in Helmero?
Or say that one more time. The failed. You would understand that your old city was Kelmera.
So it was performed in Kelmero.
Yes.
Lovely. Very, very lovely. Exquisite, as a matter of fact.
Sorry. What were you saying?
No, just wants to make sure that Eridanis still has a rough inkling of where the failed ritual was carried out.
Of course.
It was in Calmero.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. Otherwise...
Anything you would like to do after that, I suppose? Any thoughts you want to, I guess, narrate in your head after this? Strange night.
Eridanis is definitely very, very profoundly depressed at this point. Especially when he considers the fact that he was essentially responsible for his own circumstance. And also the fact that, I suppose in a way, he feels incredibly guilty. Especially for the fact that in the end, with the failure of the ritual, well, he's the only one who's still around when everyone else is gone. And a part of him is very much regretting that element of his old self and for everything that held him back. But in an even more guilty way, it also feels like a certain sort of, perhaps a burden was lifted. In the sense that now everybody from before is gone. Perhaps this is that was what separated the old Eridanis from well, who he could possibly become now. Now that there's, well, perhaps there are still people he cares about, but he's also not sure if those same people would agree with what's to come next, and whether the great design should be completed after all. But this can't all have been for nothing. That much he knows for sure. One must keep pushing on at this point. Otherwise, you're going to have to ask yourself what it was all really for. And he'd rather go back and drift into the astral sea for another couple hundred years than have to confront that.
Of course.
Because it can't be for nothing.
All right. Profound enough for me. You sit on these thoughts and stew in what the future might hold, thinking on your journey ahead and how your expedition and potential interactions with Elixion might have any sort of connection to this somehow, or relevancy. But regardless, day turns to night, as the first couple of days will pass, but the first night arrives, at least now, and your group finds rest. Each of you, one by one. As rest takes hold of you, you'll all awake in the morning, but Persephone, you'll find yourself waking up first. Earlier than most others, and to a metaphorical rooster, as you feel yourself re-energized, like the perfect way to wake up, where you don't feel groggy or in a dragon, nor do you feel necessarily that morning rage of being woken up too soon. The voice enters your head and says, "And how was the rest?"
Fine enough. How do you want?
Well, it has been a while, no? I assume you've had time to stew. Especially now that you've overcome your inhibitions, and things are starting to make a little more sense. Correct?
So fucking lad.
Regardless, that one, Eridanis, his position is it one you quite envy.
I don't like having pieces missing. No.
Then I would like to extend a new offer. As it stands, you're already well aware that I can strengthen you. And we are getting closer to our goal. The closer we get, the more the fires of vengeance burn, the more control I have, and the more that I can help you. I cannot help but imagine that you still in some way attest your own demise to me. And this does not sit well with me. What I'm offering is a gift, another boon of strength. Something to make the journey ahead a little easier, and to potentially collapse any of your worries.
Let's catch this time.
There'll be no catch. Not for now. So long as you are dedicated to completing the task. then it is not an offer, but a mutual benefit. A symbiotic relationship, perhaps. Whatever you would call it. I will give you something, and you will continue to give me the vengeance I desire, so that my strength can return to me. Vengeance we desire.
As much as I'd like to tell you to go fuck yourself right now, I can't. I hate to admit it, but you're right. I'm not going to be satisfied until I'm standing over him, and I know it.
And once this is done, perhaps we can even see to returning your memories. A promise of the fruit that lies ahead.
Aren't you a tough fucking bargainer? And I forgive you, and I trust you. But give me the fucking gift.
Very well. But I think you mistake me. I am no bargainer. I am not a deal maker. I give people what they want deep down. And sometimes they are unhappy with the results of their own wants. I hope you're not the same. Rage and anger are natural. If we don't act on them, we're no better than an automaton. Accept this gift and take it with you. Soon we will act, but we must find a way to expedite our transport now that Eric's and his patron are gone. I believe you'll have no struggle with that, though, with all the friends you've made.
I'll figure it out.
Then I'll await. And when you're ready to know where he is, I'll help. Have a good day. If you can. With that, he'll leave.
Persephone would like to go back to bed, but they can't because they're not tired at all. So we're going to walk outside onto the deck and reach for the side, lean on it, harshly grab the railings before feeling a heat under them and letting go, but nothing stings. And another day continues as needed.
All right. With that, the morning comes and the rest of your group will rouse to consciousness. Another day will pass. And after only a second, as the day becomes middle, and your group observes the sun overhead. Well, you know what, I'll say 3 days. Start us in the morning, so you have a little more time once you get to the city. The ruinous moon itself continues its waning habit, and Katha begins to return. As looking below you, the city of Ankarel awaits. as your ship moves to dock.
Do we get a long rest?
Of course.
Do we get a
Multiple.
level up?
You already did.
But another level up.
God.
It's important to ask these things sometimes because you never know.
Yeah. You never know.
Balin will come out on deck and look down at the glittering city below. Well, that feels like that was a whole adventure in and of itself. Did we win? Did we lose? I'm not sure. Will I regret asking Eridanis? Probably.
Yeah, used to it.
Well, suppose it is time for us to part ways with our friend the captain.
He'll look to your group as you land into the port, and he'll say, "Aye, that much is true at least. If you ever have money and need a transport anywhere, feel free to let me know. It was exciting enough for me." There was a joy in the journey.
Well, all right.
Helmet didn't hide it. Oh, Valen, give the man whose back is fucking stone.
Which man?
Did.
That old thing, just keep it. I'll go get a new one with the money I made from this transport.
The feather.
Hey, won't say no to a freebie. Yes, the feather falling one.
I think I gave that to the Furbolg.
What the fuck did you do that?
Well, we had to give our items back, and I gave him the stone.
No.
Oh, you fucking idiot.
No. He took his original rock. Hey! He took his original rock back.
Are you sure? He's kind of old. You should probably roll for it.
No, I don't think I will. Get rid of that. I'm taking that thing out of your inventory.
Tyrannical.
I don't even need to roll to know you're.
Tyrannical.
Alright, it's out of there.
You need to roll. You might not have won your insights.
Dude, okay, fine. Here.
It's very true.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that was close.
That was pretty close.
Not close at all.
That was pretty close. That was pretty damn close. A 3, I mean. You don't know. You might be lying.
I need to think where I'm gonna meet with Pomeroy this time.
Yes, your group is left to the Indala Skyport, so any plans you have for the day, you can choose to act upon whenever.
I don't believe Pomeroy had any problems with the Lux Front because it is close by.
As long as you find a private enough venue.
Why don't we just meet her at that blacksmith shop?
The blacksmith shop.
You know, the one that's
Oh.
a front?
One in the bazaar, I suppose.
That guy's a front? Are we talking about the same blacksmith? Northern part town?
No, I believe Valen's talking about the one in the Suncut Bazaar.
No, I'm not.
The Sunfire Forge?
Are you... Never
Am I
mind.
going insane?
What are you talking about? Where are you thinking of?
The whole reason we were getting involved with these people in Ankarel was to help them gather this ruidium material and then
The warehouse?
forge it in
Oh
a
my
warehouse.
god.
Oh.
Oh,
You're calling that
was-
a fucking Ugh,
It's it might as well be a blacksmith shop.
it's a hideout, jackass.
and is
No,
covering their
I
face with
started
their
to piece it
hands.
together. I had to think about it. I was like, blacksmith, a front. Oh, he's talking about the forge.
Oh, my brain hurts.
Either way, I can't go there because we're talking to Pomray about dealing with what's a fuck. That reminds me, I'd honestly put thought into it. Oh, he's gone.
I'm just gonna head over to the Luxfront Casino.
I'll take that as a maybe.
Put thought into what exactly?
Okay, if you don't know, then yeah, maybe. The owl. Aloysia approached us with that plan of hers.
Oh, right, okay. There's just a lot that was going on.
Dindarin was when he wanted us to kill the owl.
Yeah. And the owl wants us to sabotage Dindarin, and Aloysia wants us to do neither.
Specifically, the owl wants you to kill Dindarin and the moth.
Well, we're not killing Dindarin.
Oh, that's what
the
you want.
other people are
Correct.
killing
Yeah.
Dindarin. Our hands are
Yeah.
clean.
Fair enough. Whatever helps you sleep.
Anyway,
Thought I'd clarify.
let us partake in following our comrade.
Rightio. Alright. With that, your group will head to the Suncut Bazaar and more particularly the Luxrun Casino.
Since we're
That's the
at the
shit.
bazaar, can we do like a quick off-the-books shopping episode?
Off the book shopping.
I
I
episode.
don't mind that.
Hell
I
yeah.
need to.
Not to
step away for a
like
second.
not to go to any specific shops, but I'm just looking for some diamonds.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say,
He
I don't
just
know what
wants
you...
to mark it off as bingo.
What?
Alright, some diamonds. I would say normally you'd be able to get that from a temple, but in the bazaar itself, you'll look around for a tiny bit to try and find a marketeer who might be willing to sell that. You would know that most of the shops around here are a little strange. You have the two Kenku brothers who collect random odds and ends around the town, and then you have Alazakan. Which of them would you... And the blacksmith, Furbolg. Which of those three would you like to check with?
I guess we would have passed the temple on the way here. Could I have
Yeah.
checked with them?
You could check in with, I'd say, on the way here. Actually, there aren't any temples on the way here. Unless you want to go down into the woods.
I mean, I could do a little side quest.
Alright. If you head out for a bit, I would say you'd eventually be able to find... Sorry. You'd be able to eventually find what you're looking for. 300 gold of diamonds, or...
Yeah, just like maybe 2 or 3 300 gold diamonds.
Well, you find it without problem.
I
The
just want to
temple
be
will accommodate you.
prepared. I'm planning ahead because I figure our next level up is going to be underwater, so
Do you have
Sure.
Revivify?
I don't yet, but I will.
Okay, okay.
And I want to have diamonds before I need them, you know?
Good point, yeah. Works out pretty well then. You get what you need.
Alright, I'll
I'm
spend.
gonna step away for 5 minutes. Just keep it.
Can I spend 1,200 and get 4 of them?
400? Or 1,200 gold of diamonds?
Yeah, 1,200, so 4 diamonds.
Sure. Why not?
I don't know what the
I'll say if you'll probably spread out your search a little bit at a certain point, and you'll, for at least spell components, you'll be able to accommodate yourself in the town of Ankarel or city, no matter where you search. You'll
Right.
eventually find what you're looking for, basically. With just a small stint of shopping.
Then I'll catch up with the others at the casino maybe an hour later, or however long it takes.
Yeah, an hour roughly, yeah. Alright. You'll meet up with your group once more, and once you're all reunited, and once Eridanos gets back, you'll head inside. For now, we'll wait for him.
If I ever... I'm gonna go check on dinner.
KK.
When are we adding player food break to the bingo?
God.
I am gonna use the bathroom, so I'll be back.
Oh, is everyone taking a break?
Keaton went to go check on food, and Nerd is taking a quick break.
Uh huh. Oh, I went for the food break.
It started as a bathroom break, so we'll find out. So to save you the suspense, I just bought 4 300 GP diamonds.
Oh, it's for the. Wait, doesn't
For the Revivify spell.
Yeah. I remember. Doesn't your thing doesn't your class feat not require material components, or am I misremembering the barbarian trait?
It doesn't require it if it's used on me.
Oh, I see.
But I intend to
but everyone else, of course.
get another level in cleric and then be able to heal you guys when we go fight scary things underwater.
Oh, lovely.
I don't think they have too many shops down there, so.
Well, we could always try to raid the Allegiance of Allsight camps down there.
I mean, we're probably doing that without question, but how many diamonds do you think we'll find down there?
I guess.
It's good to just, get those in advance. There we go. Surprise tool that'll help us later. Now where's shopping episode on the bingo? Alright, so Valence met Pomray once and struck out with the pickup lines. Alright, good to know.
What were you saying, sir? You said words and I did not comprehend them.
I said that Valence already met Pomray once, so I don't need to do another, pickup line.
I mean, why should that stop you, honestly?
Did we ever...
When has that stopped you before?
Did we ever wrap up the Darby plotline? Where there's just a casual demon at the casino who wants to take your souls in exchange for work.
Casino.
He left the casino, but we didn't.
Look, I'm just waiting for him to come try to hunt me down. If he wants to go after me, that asshole can find me underwater. Okay.
I mean, there's a narrow window where we're clearly not underwater back in the city, so. If Darby has any kind of spies at the casino, it's still there, watching his old haunt.
Probably.
Just going through all the loose ends we've got. Unveiling the truth. Reward. Meeting with Jamon Sword. Prove or disprove. Prince Iroh's mysterious assassin. 7 times good. So I don't think we ever finished that. All right. The Cassiopeia hypothesis. That one is officially done.
I can mark that off.
North Axis scheme revenge. That's still ongoing. 18-carat run of bad luck. Up the anti-firearm. Making a deal with Darby. Find a way to get rid of his bodyguards. Receiving a tip to find a way into their linens. I think we did that too, right?
You've taken care of that, you just haven't dealt with Darby quite. So, and that one will be ongoing for now.
And then the Cerberus assembly one as well.
Yep, and you already joined, you already did the Unveiling the Truth. And I'll take a little bit of time to mark these as complete. I'll move these real quick.
So what's the status on DM food break?
I didn't get anything to eat right now, so not quite yet. But it's only inevitable, right? Everyone has to eat eventually.
We split the party a little.
Sure.
All right,
Complete.
I am caught up.
The call, unveiling the truth. Yep. Hypothesis. Those to complete. Well, Mr. Broken isn't one that can be complete anymore, so we'll
Aww.
mark that as fail. Gal Germane. Oh yeah, that one's also failure.
I like how
At
the
least for
struggles.
your
I like how the struggles of Jas is genuinely the longest. Besides the call, it has the most text written about it. I love it.
I think that was around the time I actually did all the quests, and I haven't updated it in a long time. So, where is it? Struggles of Jas. Yeah, it's quite a mouthful. That one. Wolf in the Shadow. Oh yeah, we're done. Perfect. Alright, it's all updated. With that, once Keaton returns, we can begin.
I didn't unmute. Hello.
Bah.
Alright. In that case, we can go ahead and get back to it. So, your group will enter the Luck Run Casino. Let me go ahead and get every bit of musica set up for that. We're not going to pull up the map quite, because, well, no point in that at the moment, because this is going to be a nice short one. Notes called the Netherdeep.
And then
Music.
a 20-minute adventure.
Yeah, always. Casino, casino, casino.
There's
That
no way
feels
we
like-
could waste the next 2 hours in the casino, right?
Here it is, Beyond Hill
I
and
mean,
Dale.
I'd love to do that personally.
Alright. The group enters into the Lux Run Casino. The beautiful sight of this marvelous structure in a rather unbefitting district greets you once more. Basically walking out of the fucked up D&D version of the Vegas Strip. With this, you enter in and, I guess, eventually find a nice secluded seat in the south end of the casino, where there's a bunch of kind of open pool tables with booths. How do you reach out to Pamade?
How do I reach out? Keep on forgetting if I was the one with the means to reach out, or if I needed Fenzira to. I was trying to remember.
Yes. You need the Finzirias to help you.
I do need Finsidias to help me.
I can do such. Beep, beep, beep. Pulling out my cell phone.
Dude, that's just a fucking stick. What the hell are you talking about?
He's
It starts ringing.
What the fuck?
God damn it. I had side by side to do here too.
Did you?
I'm just
I
gonna
had to go back
basically
to the
say we're back and we're at the Lux Run Casino waiting for you.
We'll try to find us a table off in like a corner somewhere, somewhere not too out in the open.
You'll
The drug
receive a
dealer
response
table.
Pretty much the
You'll
drug
see a
dealer table.
response from Palmer. Yeah, I would say honestly, you know where most of the shady figures hang out with how often you've traveled here at this point. It's definitely in the south booth area, which is why I directed you to that direction at least.
Mhm.
You'll receive a response from Zyra from Palmer, who will say, "I'm on my way now. Expect my arrival soon." Stand ready for my arrival,
I
worm.
was gonna say that.
I'll just look at Eridonis and be like, all right, well, your friend is on the way.
Lovely.
Are there any lingering thoughts or conversations your group would like to have before Palmer shows up? She will be quite quick.
Well, I suppose we'll see if Palmer is receptive to the idea of acting as a distraction.
Yeah, so you're in on it.
Well, it's up to her in the end.
True. Much it does owe us one, so hopefully. If not, well, I guess we gotta put the sickly person down, which, not great, but
With that notion, your group will eventually see as what looks to be, let's see. I'll say a halfling woman will enter into the bar or the casino and not engage in any small talk with any of the staff who try and greet her as she enters, and will just cut straight towards your group and kind of take a seat at the booth that you have. I'm glad that you actually considered what I said last time.
We made specific care this time.
Regardless, it hardly matters. Tell me, you were successful?
Indeed.
And what of your findings? I am eager to listen.
Well, I know now why the ritual had failed. It wasn't any flaw in its design. It was all the fault of just one fool in the end.
As so much is. Or a group of many fools.
Indeed. Unfortunately, the fool responsible for the failure of the Cassiopeans is the fool who sits right in front of you.
Kind of squint her eyes a bit.
I remember who I am now. Who I was.
I see. You were a saboteur, then. What were your reasons?
Foolish ones. Driven by some vague sentiments and a fear of the consequences. Fear of what was to come if we were to go over the precipice. Fear of what would happen if we were to fail. That Calmera would meet a fate similar to Aor, I suppose.
I see. And you came to this hypothesis, the past you. Was there... Of course, I should say, based on how you sound, it sounds you regret this decision, and I am glad to hear it. you cannot succeed with fearish inhibition. But was there reasonable concern that your hypothesis and experimentations might have been flawed enough for there to be such an outcome?
I don't know, nerd. Was there? Was there? I'm assuming. I have one assumption, but I.
No, you were a fool.
You know what? For the fun of it, I'll say whatever you assume will be correct in this instance. There's a certain joy to that.
I'm gonna leave this one open-ended for you, nerd.
Okay, I'll decide.
No. Erdon's the same.
Oh, okay.
The price that would have come with failure is a price I would have gladly paid. Whoops.
Thanks, man. Definitely.
He died. I killed him.
Quick OOC. Well, if you would have paid it, then why didn't you?
Because I was a bitch. The past me was an op. He had no vision.
This is what chronic eating does to a motherfucker. I do have to ask, now that Eridonis is as close to sane as he'll ever get, does he still walk in circles?
No, he walks in straight, purposeful lines.
Like,
He walks in straight, purposeful lines with a decent
that's
stride.
actually so tragic. Oh my god, we need to memory wipe you.
His posture's all like, fixed. He's now standing straight for the first time in ages. He no longer has like the game.
Next, you're gonna tell me there's not a scar on the other side of your face?
Oh no, that's still there. I like to imagine Eridonis was previously always walking with like the gamer posture.
The strongest race of all, gamers.
He's ascended beyond his incel gamer phase.
If he's not an incel gamer anymore, is he gonna behave around fucking AO? Forgot her name.
No, I feel like he disliked her more because given how she acts, she probably reminds him of the Vassalhemians who murdered all of his people.
Look at this
I have to go
Goomba.
AFK for a second, so just
problem.
give me a minute. I'll be back.
No problem.
So what stock holdings do you guys have?
American government bonds.
What a terrible investment.
What if I told you I was entirely invested in European defense manufacturers?
I'm back. Whenever everyone's ready, we can begin.
I'm back.
Yes.
I am lagging.
I was lagging.
I think I'm back. Nope. Internet. We're good.
Can you believe this guy?
So to continue with, what did you say to Pomeray for your, I guess, what I told you to make up?
That the price for failure, if we were to fail, is the price that I would pay gladly now. I'm gonna leave it ambiguous as to whether we actually had the ability to pull it off.
Okay. Well, that's roughly what I was thinking as well, so I like it. She'll say, fascinating. So, I suppose in the end all it was a hypothesis, not a concluded research. Shouldn't have been surprised by that, given the results, of course. Regardless, that hypothesis has been, at the very least, proven. Or, better or for worse, we now know the results of failure. Do you believe you're ready to try at the saddle again? I believe you and your order would be the most capable.
Harrrysson's just gonna turn to look at what the others are thinking about all of this conversation, because I'm assuming they're sitting right here. It's taking place right in front of them.
Yeah, of course.
Well, you don't have to look around because I'm gonna outright say it. Just wait. What do you mean try again? I thought this was kind of a in the past sort of situation.
At one point, yes. But
What,
it's not
what do you
like
mean at one
research.
point? How do you become a fucking god nowadays?
The gods believed that they put stoppers on things of that sort. But with the right efforts, there are things that are even beyond the gods. She'll kind of look to you, Eridonis, and say, do you mind if I speak a bit?
He's gonna look to Fenzira.
Hmm?
How does she look hearing this whole conversation? And Valen.
Valen's not there. I'm buying crystals.
Awesome. You're out there. Lovely. Fenzira. How does Fenzira...
Can
Buying
you run
crystal
me
meth,
through
dude.
the, exposition again? Some fucking annoying person was in my
We're trying
dreams.
to become gods.
Aha.
And Eridanis just said that the price of failure, which actually, I don't know if Fenzira would have known, but given what happened to Aor, Eridanis just said the price for he would gladly pay the price for failure.
Annihilation.
The failure being Aor.
I say none of the party members would realize really what Aor was as an incident.
Okay, then you just
You
heard
would just know
Eridanis
that
say that
you would just. I'll say for the sake of it, in recent years, you know that there is a place named Aor, which is ruins. That's the extent of it.
you
The
heard him name
shattered
drop like
teeth.
Nagasaki, and he's like, I would gladly pay the price again.
You know, Chernobyl, that shit was lit.
Okay, so I at least comprehend that you're saying that you're fine with killing people.
I'm fine with something really, really fucked up happening in pursuit of this.
Pomeroy will look to the group as well after Eridanis does the same.
I think I'm just gonna be licking my lips with my eyes very wide. Not quite sure exactly how to address that, but there is clear distress.
Please, allow me, she'll say. My order, my people, exist beyond this plane. In the realm known as the Astral Sea, or space, or whatever you want to call it. We have been on the precipice of discovering this for years. Living in such a place has changed our perception and given us many different views from what a terrestrial might. We have seen it for ourselves, proof that there are forces beyond the power of the gods. And those forces are dwindling, dying, if not already dead. Stars. The energy of a star is much greater than you would expect. So many of them twinkling brightly in the sky. That power, that's potential. If it could be contained in a mortal vessel. Think of it like this. She'll look to you, Persephone, and kind of point. The Harrryyyons. They understand the power of the Luxon. But they only hold a piece. A small, individual fragment of a greater celestial body. Imagine the theories that they propose. Should the Luxon be reunited with its parts? That is just a piece. The Luxon was actually weaker than most of its brothers and sisters.
Wait, hold on. You're saying that stars and the Lux are not the same thing?
Absolutely. It's what your people believe and suggest. When the universe was being created, there were stars. Firstly, at the very least. The Luxon was one of these, the weakest and the most frail of its brethren. It managed to make it to this world, but it did not survive, and it was shattered. Who knows if all of those theories are particularly accurate, but at the very least, the fact of the Luxon being a star is an absolute.
You know, I'm not the smartest kind of person, but I think you got some of your details wrong. We just got back from seeing a star. That shit doesn't look anything like a Luxon beacon, and it's certainly not as powerful as one.
Kind of looks like she's almost mentally scratching her head at what you just said.
Your
speak
Star
of-
Forge.
Yeah, I know. Because I know it. She's piecing it together. You speak of a fragment. A fragment is a interesting word for it. Think of it as this. Stars are massive bodies of extreme power. If you took a cup and placed it in the middle of the desert and walked miles away from it, it would probably appear quite small. Now that is a cup. But imagine the impossible distance a star must be, and the size of it. All of that raw potential power. What you saw was merely an object, a meteorite or celestial rock that was infused with a trace amount of power of one. Hardly a hair off of your own head, if you think of it like that.
If I might add, a lot of the stars that we see in the sky are from like so astronomically far away that by the time the light reaches us, the star's already like dead, so...
But there's constant reformations. Not to mention, there are other ways to reach one. And that's where my point comes along. She'll look to you now, Eridanos. Our people were baffled to hear that humanity, or any of the individuals on this planet, managed to scratch their heads hard enough to come up with the very same theories we have ingrained in our culture for years. And not only did you and your order manage to come up with those theories yourselves, but you managed to, matter-of-factly, prove that using this planet's potential, such a goal of reaching and harnessing that power is achievable. And not just a theory. But clearly, mortal inhibition led to some mistakes along the way.
Uh-huh. Like sinking a city?
Please. I'm sure that was hardly their fault.
Penzara, the ritual was stopped before it could be carried out to its completion.
And what happens if it did complete? Would the entire continent be gone, or would the entire planet?
Does it matter?
It does very much matter.
With the power of a star, you could reform it all. Make it as if nothing had ever happened. Besides, such a ritual being performed on your planet would only be catastrophic for the immediate vicinity. Hardly a wart on this planet's surface. But you bring up an interesting point. I believe that it was mortal fear and inhibition that was the downfall of such a potentially successful ritual. The components I am still trying to grasp from what you have told me. But I would like to extend an offer myself. My people are curious to see such a thing complete. Of course, not to harp on your success or try to grasp your own victories from your hands. We just want to know that it's possible. We can provide components, the pieces that you would need to succeed. Your order lacks that, better yet, mortal bodies to perform it. The spirit is strong, but what happened to your entourage is rather inexplicable. Phenomenon we have not even yet discovered. Think on it. With enough time and your cooperation, you might be able to succeed after all.
Aridonis is going to look one last time at Fenzar and Persephone to see what their vibe is with what Palmer is suggesting.
Yep. To repeat, Persephone is looking at this motherfucker like they're talking about how the world is flat and how vaccines cause autism. None of this shit makes any fucking sense.
Okay, confounded. Fenzira.
More angry now than concerned.
Damn. That's really gonna fuck me up for what I'm about to say next. I had a delightful airship ride across the desert to think on it. Enough time has been wasted. Even a few more days added to 500 years seems like too much. Let's see what we can do together. I accept your offer of a collaboration, shall we say, between inquisitive minds.
The halfling will smile and say, "Of course, but there are still factors at play to keep concerned with. Please, if you would, recount to me the steps of your ritual." And you can just do that out of character because you don't know, and neither do I.
Alright, Aridonis will...
I can give you a vague. Actually, I can give you a slightly vague, like, the technicalities of magic are something a little beyond any of us, but I can explain it to some sense.
I guess a vague understanding of the scope of what we did before would actually help with understanding how much I threw away when I just betrayed everybody.
Of course. So, the reasoning that such a ritual was able to be completed then and not now. Let me do some checking real quick here.
Is this a chat GPT session?
No, it is not. It's a Wikipedia session. Fucking episode 51, I don't want that! Just give me the answer.
That sounds like a Critical Role reference.
It is.
I think it is. I think he's pretty much looking up what Vespa Chlorus
All
or
right.
whoever did.
She'll say, "Your world is unique. More than unique. I would argue it's the very cradle of where magical power could lie. Magic extends across every plane of being and every multiverse that lies within. But, particularly here, mortals, ants in the eyes of the gods, are able to perform feats of great potential during moments that your plane knows as an apogee solstice. It's a celestial solstice, similar to what happens every 20 and 30 years on this planet, but about every 100 to 120 years, specifically. I realize I'm explaining this as Pomray, even though I'm supposed to be saying this to you as what your memories are. Which is
Yeah.
Let's just write back what
if Palmer feels like explaining it to me, she can go ahead.
No. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Let's just say I'm describing this to you. My apologies. Okay. We'll say she'll explain the basic premise of solstices. Well, you know what? For the sake of it, we'll say that you scratched on the head of what one of those might have been, and then she explained the premise, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the idea is, every 120 years, there's a huge magical event where all the ley lines of magic converge on the planet to form a beautiful aurora borealis. But at certain positions around the planet, great powerful feats of high magic are able to be performed by those with ill or positive intent, respectively. It is how many of the previous successes to become gods were even performed in the first place. You would understand that your ritual involved using these solstices to project yourself into the astral sea with a particular spell which allows you to connect yourself via silver strands, at least your spiritual self. The idea was that you would merge your strengths into one celestial being, and then you would use this strength, powering yourselves with all of the high magic you had at your disposal, in an attempt to find this celestial body. I almost knocked over a drink. It was a bottle, though, thank God. To find a star and siphon bits and pieces of its power to your ritual's end. To strengthen your astral form, basically by meditating next to a star long enough and just sucking it with a Slurpee straw until you're able to completely consume it. Or whatever power lies within it. And that was the basic premise of the ritual. Essentially what went wrong was the mortal bodies were absolutely eradicated before the ritual can be complete, severing the bodies from the soul and leaving the souls in the astral sea. You survived for obvious reasons. Say, to go even further on that, you would imagine that given the power, roughly, of the scholars to grant you these warlock abilities, they were likely mostly on the way of completing this ritual, and that's why they were able to bring you back and grant you any number of power.
So they still managed to siphon away at least some parts of that, of whatever
Absolutely.
star, perhaps.
And then use that to empower you. And bring you back. Though the process was obviously quite messy.
Well, that is certainly impressive. I've been dead for how many centuries? Like 3?
Absolutely.
5?
I don't know exactly, but it's been a long-ass time.
That certainly is powerful. They've been, I believe that they were able to pull off a resurrection way beyond the capabilities, I believe, most
Absolutely.
of pretty much any spellcaster.
Hypothetically, they just reassembled you. And that's what you would know. To explain as you please. Unless you want to expedite that process.
Were there any specific things that were required to carry out this ritual? Or was it more so just a whole bunch of very powerful, I guess, arcane users?
A number of very expensive components, a number of powerful arcane users, and specifically an element that you would understand from your time to be a kind of white rock capable of empowering magic on its own. Residuum, as it's now known.
Huh.
Is it white or is it like a weird greenish teal color?
Its nickname is Whitestone.
Mm. Well, then
It's what my gun is
their
made out of.
pictures on the website are wrong then.
A Whitestone. Maybe it's really
website.
Pure. Maybe it's pure residuum.
The website bends to my will.
The website.
See, as I am the dungeon master, not Matthew Mercer. He holds no power here.
Okay.
He gave me this book, and now I can write whatever I want.
He himself delivered this book to me, absolutely.
Oh my god.
He told me, go crazy, buddy. And I said, yep.
There's definitely residuum in Whitestone, but I didn't recall them specifically being white.
It's nicknamed Whitestone, so I'm just going to say it's white. And I believe what I say goes. I win. I'm the dungeon master. The dungeon master!
Eridanus wouldn't mind having this discussion in front of Fenzara and Persephone, assuming they're willing to listen to this. as I suppose we go
I'm
back
in
and
here for
forth
the
and
long
discuss-
haul
yeah.
and
Yeah.
listening to the doomsday fucking apocalypse upon us.
So you
Then
just
in this case-
expedite and explain the whole process.
I guess Eridanus would just speak to Pomeray, and the two of them would compare notes or what they know. Perhaps, I mean, surely Eridanus has maybe forgotten some things just naturally.
She'll enlighten you
course.
on any
Yeah.
bits that you're missing. It's like she.
I'll walk in halfway through the description. So, what are we talking about? Oh, fascinating. What?
Oh, buddy, please. You don't have any fucking idea what's going on right now. Please just sit down and I'll explain it in a minute.
Pomeray doesn't seem to even acknowledge your presence, despite you being decently new. Even though she definitely shot daggers before. She'll
To
say
be fair, those actually tried to flirt with her.
that too, but she. I mean, I'm just saying she ain't holding grudges right now because it doesn't seem like she even acknowledges your existence, or any of you for that matter.
I'm
Besides
gonna
her.
go get a drink from the bar. Hey, Pomeray, you want anything?
No, I think I'll be all right.
Can you bring me something strong, please? I need it.
Absolutely.
Yes,
You know what? I'll
inebriate
come
your
with you.
mind. Everyone knows the best decisions were made on a scattered consciousness.
Before panning back on the way to the bar, dude, I've got no fucking idea what they're talking about.
You just see me like mentally spiraling.
Fucking, it's a bunch of nonsense words.
I suppose as Eridanus is speaking, Fenzari notes that he definitely does seem to become more animated as he begins recounting this. You don't know if it's out of a joy for him kind of getting to finally exercise his old memories again, or if it's, genuine excitement at the prospect of doing this whole thing again. So I guess as Eridanus would eventually just wrap up with just saying, they had come so perilously close. Consider, even though their astral threads were severed and they were cast out into the astral sea, they still wielded enough power to bring me back centuries after Calamero sank.
She'll think on that for a minute and say, though that would be incredibly difficult without a physical connection to perform such a magic through. She'll scratch her chin for a minute and say, how long has that been with you? Motioning towards your little floating star mote.
Eridanus is going to look at it. My companion, my paradisical wish. We've been traveling for months now. I had retrieved it from my display case where I was being held. It's been by my side ever since. I was able to draw upon power from another meteorites we encountered in Jorhas. It seems to have infused it with a certain additional presence.
Fascinating. And you do not recall this object being with you before?
I'm guessing Eridanus doesn't.
You do not?
No. I do not recall ever having owned it before, yet I felt a strange sort of closeness, a kinship almost, when I first found it.
I believe that whatever remnants of their power exist to this small mote. Maybe that is just a hypothesis. But if they were to revive you on this plane, from their celestial forms, or to grant you any of the numbers of power that they have, it would certainly make sense that they would have given you the means of doing it yourself, while keeping themselves in the loop. You succeeded in collecting all of the fragments to realign your memories. Do you feel any difference in your connection to the scholars? Or the Cassiopeans?
I am more in control now. I'm able to ignore their summons, if I so choose. I can still feel them reaching out to me from their confinements, wherever it is they are. But they can no longer drag me there.
Shudders for a bit of a... You definitely catch that she seems to almost... Any excitement that was on her face, like, halts for a minute as she thinks about something, then kind of brushes it away and says...
Do I have to make an insight check? Can I see if it's
You
like
can make an
she's
insight check.
concerned, she's afraid?
Disappointment.
I was actually using them to manipulate you, Eridatus.
I'm gonna return to the table with a tray of drinks. I got one for everyone.
I immediately
They're
snatch
like-
the drink.
They're all super fancy, like classic casino mixed
Damn!
drink mojito things.
Glug glug.
They're like 4 different colors of alcohol in there and a little umbrella.
I didn't even check which one it was. I just grabbed it and drank it.
No, they're all the same. They're all the same.
Okay.
You get one that's inside of, like, this big, gaudy, like, cactus-shaped, like, holder.
Do they have like silly straw?
Absolutely.
Well, of course. So,
Pomeroy-
where were we?
Yeah,
Last I
Pomeroy
heard
rolled a
is-
natural 1.
Holy shit.
Equaled out to a 12, but, regardless.
She has a plus 11 to lying.
Don't I heard you were planning to harness a star or become a star or
Become
die spectacularly.
a god.
So, do I need to start calling you Your Holiness?
No.
We're still in the
Not like
brainstorming phase.
Yes. Very
Please
much
don't.
so.
I just want you
Calm
to know I'm
down.
not going to worship you.
Might all of you just enjoy your drinks? To enlighten you, Eridanos.
Eridatus is gonna turn to the others
You
as well.
understand
And
that-
say, please, enjoy your drinks.
You understand it's she's usually pretty hard to read, as you can see. And she's very good at immediately dismissing whatever look she puts out that you're able to read on. It's like a look of almost abject horror for a moment. Like something she realizes that's quite off about what you said. She shakes her head and says, I believe the Cassiopeans have overextended their reach. Assuming they could not have trusted you. You see, what you hold is the absolute mote of what power they were able to collect. Though, it is rather dormant, and you are collecting pieces from it. You see, as you go along and you gain new experiences, the potential of this star siphons power from them. Or at the very least, whatever power they successfully captured. And by doing that, it empowers you. There's no off switch. Of course. At least not now. She scratched her chin. Surely the Cassiopeans had a good reason for doing what they did.
Mhm.
But at the moment, you're in control. I think we've reached a point, a critical juncture, where your strength has superseded theirs.
Well, By your look, it does not seem to be something you had wished to come to pass.
She kind of scoffs a bit that she gave anything away. No, it's not that. It partially is. See her think of how to say this for a moment. The ritual that you were to perform. I believe, and my people believe, that the way that the Cassiopeans were going to achieve this goal would have been by merging their minds together. One collective consciousness, a new god. Harnessing such strength is not something that could be done alone. And by some extent, the scholars who continued the ritual without you due to your absence merged their souls. My journeys to the stars have shown me many things. Terrors far beyond comprehension. But a group of merged minds, of powerful mages, bouncing thoughts for centuries. And now this power that they used on you, it will leave them more monster than man. I worry. Continuing the ritual with them would be the best opportunity, as even if something went horribly wrong, their powers are still one. It would be possible, but if you did it, and there was even the slightest chance that one of the minds in that symphony were off, that things could go even worse than they did before.
Chugging another glass of alcohol.
Adonis will think on this. You said that we are now equal in our strength. The others
I believe
and I.
you are stronger, but only slightly at the moment.
Would there be no way to take on more of this burden then?
That's the question I am asking myself now. Our people could provide powerful mages, but there has to be a connection for a group of souls to merge. A kinship. If there is not, that creates risk. An individual taking on all of that power themselves, she thinks.
A connection, I'm thinking. There has to be a connection. Some sort of a comradeship, perhaps, between people who are meant to unite the strength. What other powerful mage do I have sitting next to me right now?
I get to the bottom of my second glass.
She says, wait a moment. We have a practical example of this. Well, not quite the same, but a power quite like it. If I'm not mistaken, your side expeditions with that jewel have led you on the path of a failed god, no?
Oh, it dawns on Adonis. It has. And he rests beneath this city in Calmero.
If one individual could take on the power of 3 gods, It's fascinating. I believe that I would propose you continue with this investigation. Looks to the rest of you.
I think he already tried to take on the power of 3 gods, and it didn't work out very well for him.
And that's what I want to know, was why. Why, what, and what has become of him? There might be answers that he still knows, or something we can harvest from experiences with him. It's a long shot. But if you want this to be successful and safe, it might be our best bet. You, of course, could attempt to continue the ritual in any number of ways that I've proposed, or attempt it yourself. But I believe that would be more of a burden than a boon.
The power that we relied upon for our first attempt has left this world for now. No. Doing it alone and going through the same motions would simply be, well, the definition of insanity. Even if there was no fool with a bleeding heart to put an end to it. I suppose our objective remains the same then. You would say, looking to Fenzira and Persephone and Valen, who's now here. Ever on we go. To Calmero.
I wish we could have solved this dilemma sooner, but it seems we are quite at a critical juncture. There's information we lack and things we need, and the Apotheon might have it. Here's just hoping that's the case. As for your scholars, I trust you will keep that in line, but I do not recommend provoking it yet.
I will monitor them for now. As it stands, they still have their uses, and it was my foolishness that brought them to where they are now. The very least I can do is see to it that they'll live long enough to ensure that their sacrifices will not have been in vain, and this wasn't all for nothing.
Whatever version that was of yourself, scientifically speaking, it's no more. It's dead. Completely, any of those memories are stripped from your being. The decisions you make now are your own, as well as the mistakes. Whatever you did in the past is far beyond what we're doing now. Which is why I trust that this will be seen to its end.
Adonis will nod.
Your trust won't be misplaced in us.
Right.
They've seen this journey through with me so far. Especially Fenzira and Persephone.
Especially Fenzira. Hey, Fenzira. Yes, I understand that much. Your group is uncouth, but you produce exciting results. So I can't complain.
Uncouth? What's that supposed to mean?
Read a book.
Listen, lady, you got a problem with me?
I suppose that's yet to be seen. If you don't get in the way of any of what I am pursuing, then you are...
I just gallivanted across the countryside on your little airship following your little mission to recover these mysteries of the gods. And
Yes.
I'm exceptionally stubborn when it comes to things worth pursuing.
That was precisely the exciting results that I mentioned. Keep that up, and we can be friends. Yes. Whatever you want to call it. The word has very little bearing to me.
once you get to know me, you'll know I don't settle for friends.
Oh, jeez.
Let's set these quibbles aside for now. Our objective remains the same. As for the people on your end, I'm ready to see to it that they're able to gather the necessary materials. Once we get whatever knowledge we need from the Apotheon, I aim for us to resume our work quickly. The ritual was also performed in the city. I've half a mind to see if we can't find any records or any traces of whatever elements of the ritual might still be there.
That depends on what elements of the city remain. I imagine you'll find it hard to locate such a thing. But, for what happened, theoretically speaking, things are shockingly intact. So, who knows what you'll find down there. But I have no doubt it will aid us on our little venture.
I hardly call it little at this point.
Of course.
But for now, our paths are so delightfully clear.
Yes. I will get to work. If there's any more you need of me, let me know now. I have a long trip to make.
Well, Harrryyyson going to look to Finzara one more time. We could make use of certain supplies if you've still any need for currency from this realm.
Yes. Gold is still gold. It is a benefit that you make your coins out of precious metal.
Ray merchant cheat.
Oh. I'll dump it on the map.
Mental spiral.
Come, Finzara. Let's take ibuprofen together.
Please. I don't want to
Let me
nuke
find
the
it.
world.
Let me go to the shade
It
real quick.
doesn't matter if you nuke. If we do it right, we're not going to nuke the world.
Oh, here you're right. You can just put it.
Listen, all I'm saying, no balls, pussy.
If you do it right, you don't gotta. As a matter of fact, we're gonna unnuke the world.
I think the
Yeah,
it used to be a
percentage chance
jungle.
of
There are
failure.
many starving children in the gloom jungles of Ashanador who would love the opportunity to become a god.
I just simply do not enjoy the statistic
There's
of
Pomray.
failure, the percentage of failure being
No balls,
incredibly high.
pussy.
Bro,
What percentage of failure?
Oh.
There is no percentage of failure if we do
what
it
do you
correctly.
mean no percentage of failure?
0%.
What do you mean?
There's your
The only
merch.
reason, yeah.
Anything written in a character ending is canon. It cannot be undone.
Look, the only reason we failed last time was because the old version of me had no dick, no balls.
Oh my god. Anyway, we're opening this up again. What was our
Popping
plan?
this open. I'm just taking a look to see if there's anything I can use here before she heads out.
I'll say
Probably for a
Pomeroy will
while.
be more open to bartering on specific items if there's anything you just can't afford slightly.
Well, no. But the whole deal with getting Pomray was just to pique the owl's interest so that she'll leave her fucking den and then we go in and rob the place blind so that way nobody dies.
Well, hold on. We gotta handle this first. Afterwards, we can then propose to Pomeroy our... Oh, by the
Listen,
way,
I'm not proposing it. Fenzira asked what the plan was.
Let's see. What is this? If you... Space you left, hit points.
Oh boy. I raised the concern of bartering. I know that you told me my gauntlets are going to be changing and I probably won't get to use the stones anymore, so maybe I could like hop, skip, jump these to her.
Did you want the Astromancy archive still?
Homie, you just bought them a spell book. Chill.
Hold on.
Holy fuck! Holy shit!
What is
Wait
it?
a minute!
Where?
Wait
What?
a minute! You can use 4. The Astromancy Archive lets you cast.
You gotta have the spell
Cast
slot.
what?
It
What
lets
now?
you learn it, but you don't have the spell slot for it.
What were you thinking?
Nothing. Just I saw the spell Foresight and I went crazy.
Yeah,
From the
I.
Astromancy Archive.
Yeah, that
I
will
would have
not be
creamed my
cast in this
pants if
campaign.
Nerd let me use Foresight during Tilla.
We were also looking at the Voyager staff.
Where's that? Oh.
Top. Very top.
Yeah, I see,
Who would
I see.
attune to it?
Oh, I wonder.
You don't have attunement slots.
What do you mean? Yes, I fucking do.
Voyager staff. Pass wall.
Bro believes I would not drop a fucking attunement slot just to make room for that.
Oh god. I need to figure out, hold on. What is our total wealth?
Our
Alright, hear me out,
total
people.
wealth?
With my money.
Hear me out,
It's-
people.
That's
You
our
can buy-
monetary value. That's not our item value.
You have $4.83.
Look, man, it's a rough fucking wizard life. You wanna fucking judge me?
This ain't a rough wizard life, you're just poor.
Oh no, I invest in my supplies so I can keep you all alive. How fucking dare I?
Bro, half the pages in that spell book are dusty
I
as
have
fuck.
3. Okay,
Even.
here's the thing. If I were to sell all 3 of my Ioun stones, I'd have 3,000 gold right now, so fuck you.
Whoa, there's a little bit more than that. 3,000 gold?
I'm purely
The one that
basing it
lets
off
you-
of the one that I have that is
The
worth
one that lets-
1,000.
That one's like the weakest possible Ioun
Okay,
stone,
well
and
then-
the other is a very rare one. So let me price some prices for these.
Do not judge me for the gold pieces in my pouch.
Yeah, money doesn't really have meaning to me anymore. I think I'm good on my loadout from now on.
Alright, I'm checking off damage for the economy. You can't stop me.
Oh my god.
Just right in. Oh god.
Why are we damaging the economy? Actually, no, we're giving thousands of monetary value to an alien. So yeah, no, you're right.
Damn. Just because she's an illegal, you have to say that?
Damn,
That's actually fucked up of you. Holy.
we got the bingo and everything.
She's gonna take it to space and then it's out of the economy.
Have you considered the wider intergalactic the wider intergalactic economy?
Intergalactic economy is not real.
I think I just spontaneously combusted when I looked at how much that one was worth.
Alright, well I adjusted the prices, they're set.
Okay,
Wait, what?
I'm still spontaneously combusting.
Wait, what? Wait.
One of these rocks in my pocket is worth 6,500 gold.
Amazing.
Holy
While you're tweaking about your money, can I give you 900 for that potion?
Which one?
push of speed.
It's a speed potion.
Just
Let me
like-
give you 300 more gold for the potion of possibility.
I think there were cheaper potions of speed in the other shop.
I think there's only like one though. I think you bought it.
You did buy it.
How much?
Guys,
900?
900.
She'll say, very well. I'll adjust the price.
hear me out, guys.
Hey, man.
Hear me
What's
out.
up?
If I sell the Ring of the Ram and Melora's Hope. Now listen. Now listen. Eric's would cut my head off. But
Uh-huh.
Bro, you're gonna be a god.
Wait a minute.
No. Like, dude, you're gonna be a god at the end of the campaign. Fuck Eric's. What's he gonna do?
but I like Eric's.
Let
Yeah,
me
I don't want
give
to
your
do that.
let me
I
give
was
your
gonna
parapet.
sell Melora's Hope.
Bro, Melora's hope's dying. That tree died for nothing.
Okay, stabilizer dying. And just your hit points.
Oh my god, if I sold all my stones, I still couldn't really afford the staff. Oh.
Wait,
There you
really?
go, parapet.
That's why there's a wild concept of combining money, Fen.
I was gonna say I wouldn't mind. I'm just looking at the stuff I would like, and huh. Well, I had my eye on the robe of stars because that would make for some insane godlike pimp. But you know what?
That is
It's
17,000.
17,000 gold. So I don't think I'm ever gonna. I don't think I can afford that. So I'd be willing to pitch in if you want to get your hands on the Voyager staff. I have a ring that I can give, the Ring of the Ram. It's at this point hardly seen much use, but it is apparently worth 5,000.
You know what? We're about to get a payday. I'm buying the Potion of Possibility too.
Who do you think's gonna pay you?
The consortium.
The consortium.
Our employers.
For what?
We're about to go do their job!
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I think you're about to
Pretty
do the
sure.
opposite of their job,
Pretty
but
sure our payment is access to the Netherdeep.
Okay, then I'll steal my paycheck from the Allegiance. I don't know what the problem here is.
Oh, I support that entirely.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Aya's group walks up to the help office. Hey, can we get a paycheck, boss? Nah, gold got stolen.
I'm surprised you're not interested in the cowl of stars, Aerodon.
Yeah, but the DC is pretty low.
I know, but it's just the whole, like, the other, like god thing.
Jim not required,
Yeah.
though.
Not required as well.
I fucking. Ooh.
Yeah.
I did not realize.
There's a bunch of spells on there that wouldn't even have to worry about a
Yeah,
DC
I
for.
gotta lock in. Give me a second. I gotta read through these.
I put him on some shit. Oh my god.
You're not getting your small loan of $1 million.
I know, right?
staff.
Yeah. A tragedy, for sure.
Of $1 million.
Alright.
Guys, I didn't mean to turn this into a shopping episode.
You're fine.
Yeah, shopping's a good thing.
Okay. I'm still willing to part with the Ring of the Ram, but I will need to take some cash, some dinero for. Oh, yeah. The spell is versus creature. If the warded creature it makes an attack, casts a spell that affects an enemy or deals damage to another creature, the spell ends. Huh. Spell save DC. You know what? Fenzar, how much money do you need? How much money are you gonna have gathered total?
I mean,
How much are you short?
technically, if I sold all 3 of my stones and my detection amulet, I'd have enough. But before that, I had like 9,200, I believe.
Do you want to hang on to one of the stones?
Not unless one of you guys are gonna get use out of it. I don't know what I'm gonna do with them.
What do the stones do again?
I have protection, sustenance, and leadership. I can post the info cards if you'd like.
Iron of protection. Yeah, I'll check that one out. Otherwise, yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
Info. I'll just put
Yeah.
these 2 in here. This is the big boy. Hold on. I can't click an info card on this one. Fuck.
+1 while this dusty rose person requires attunement, I'm guessing, yeah?
Yep. All of them do. I'm just gonna screenshot this one because I can't post an info card of it.
Well, I can cover you for 1.3k. That's what I can cover you for.
1.3k.
Is that enough for you to hang on to anything?
I mean, in theory, yeah. Just depends on which one you want me to hold on to, because the amulet and the protection stone cost the same. So
Which amulet is it?
the anti-detection amulet.
Maybe hang on to that one.
You're okay.
Okay, cool. Sure. Okay, nerd. I would like to purchase the Cowl of Stars,
Hmm.
and I will hand over in exchange my Ring of the Ram.
Okay. She would take it. The what of the what now? The cowl?
Ring of the Oh yes,
Okay.
the Cowl of Stars. So
Yes,
let me just do this. Hold on. Let me remove the Ring of the Ram from inventory, and then I'll add in the money, and then I'll buy it normally.
Cool. It is removed.
Thank you. Sorry, I need this moment to enjoy the richest Aerodonce has ever been for a brief moment. give me 1 second to soak it in. Okay, back to it.
Damn.
I'm poor again.
I'm poor. Damn.
Anyways, Fenzira,
We're
I transfer
clearing
to you.
her out.
I e-transfer you 1,300.
I eat transfer. Let me calculate a second then. You don't need to give me all that though. I only needed like what, 300?
Huh? Lovely.
I mean, you can give me all that if you want. I can use it for spells.
No. You probably spent it on. Why would I give all the rest to you? You probably spent it on drugs or something.
When have I ever bought drugs?
There's always a first time for everything. I'm just saying. You probably spent it on drugs. I was giving it to you.
Oh
You're
my
telling
God.
me you were a college student and you haven't spent money on drugs? Liar.
No. What do you mean?
Liar.
That's
Not a tiny
perfectly
liar.
possible.
Not a tiny bit of like ye old Adderall.
No.
Got into this whole mess by stealing drugs in the first
Okay,
place.
so
That is true. That is
anyway,
true,
I
yeah.
only need like 300 if I sell all 3 of the stones. I don't. If you want me to keep
No,
one
I
of
mean-
the stones, then
Keep whichever one you feel is the most useful for you.
What if Fenzira isn't a chronomancer and has just been high as balls this whole time and this entire campaign's been not real?
okay, hold on. I need to do more math. God damn it. 6.
Anyways,
five-
Cowl of
You
Stars,
made us
let's
up,
see.
Fenzira.
Shut up.
Which constellation am I gonna pray to? Oh hell yeah, protection from good and evil. I feel like we're gonna need that. Surely there's aberrations or something terrible down there.
Just fish.
How much were you going to give me? 1,300?
Yes.
300 plus.
Okay, I'm just saying. Surely the rest of you guys are gonna be on with this whole plan to a sense of godhood, right?
Listen, dude, you enjoy your MLM pyramid scheme. I'm here for you.
I'm just saying.
As long
if
as you don't
buy-
kill yourself.
I'm just saying, here's how it works. You buy 7 Paradise School wishes for me, right? And then you pass those down.
Okay.
It's not a pyramid scheme. It's the inverse of a pyramid scheme.
The
Because all
gods
the money,
quake in
because
fear
all-
behind their gate
because-
as many humans slurp up Slurpee stars.
exactly.
Oh my god.
It's the inversion. It's the inversion of a pyramid scheme because see, all the wealth is going up to the top, and that's me.
What are we buying?
Sorry. So with your addition, it would only spare me the sustenance stone, which is literally just if I attune to it, I don't have to eat any food.
Well, that's a curse in of itself. Get rid of it.
What, the sustenance stone?
Yeah, that's a curse in of itself. Get rid of it.
Well, then you only need to give me 300
Bro, you
because
didn't
I'm
try
getting
that
rid of all
durian,
3
you
of
don't
them.
get a talk.
Because what? Oh.
Not you.
Oh.
I got you, homie. Take that 300 gold pieces. I'm gonna use the rest to buy drugs.
Okay. How do you want me to trade this in, or do you want me to just like?
What?
How do you want me to give these items to her, money wise? Do I
Just add them to your inventory and remove them.
Okay.
Bingo bonga.
Just gonna get my.
No one is going to stop me now.
9,503 schmackaroons. No more stones. Oh god. Goodbye.
Come on, Venzira.
I knew
We
thee
must
well.
take ibuprofen together.
We must be broken together. Where is it? Oh, there it is.
JB? JB not.
JB. Yep. Aha! It has been acquired. Is it in my inventory? Where did it go? Oh, it's up there. Okay. I've transferred my wealth from one item to another.
That's illegal.
That's how trade works. Stonks. I got a small loan of $300.
Alright, now that that's all out of the way,
Mhm.
Venzira, do you wish to ask Pomeray to be our distraction, or should I?
You can do it, buddy. I believe in you. My brain is muddled right now as far as talking to either of you. Right now.
That's messed up.
There are things that I need to discuss with you that are very important.
We don't need to discuss anything. We need to
What
take,
do you
we need to take we need to take ibuprofen together and ascend to godhood, okay? That's all we need to do. If we nuke a city or
Did
two,
you
it's
even
fine.
ask me if I wanted to pick?
I'm sure you'll agree when you see my reasoning.
It better be really good fucking reasoning.
Now that I think about it, maybe they're not really good reasons, but I'm sure you'll come to see. I'm sure you'll come to agree with me in the end. You might disagree with me now, but I'm sure you'll agree at the very end. That you'll understand it's for the best.
This
for
is a
both of us.
conversation we will indeed be having very soon.
Either way. As Venzira barters with Pomeray, or perhaps afterwards, Eridonis will address Pomeray before she heads out. There is one other small matter that we must discuss before you part.
Yes.
My companions and I, we've been searching for a way to access the ruins of Calmero. The various factions here are quite obstinate, and they've been having us do various errands. But my companions wish to avoid any unnecessary conflict and bloodshed with some of our acquaintances here in the city. And for that, we were hoping that you might be able to play a role, if only a small one. It
How
could
do you
also
suggest?
well, it could be to our benefit as well. The leader of one of the main factions that control operations of the city, their leader has been extensively studying Ruidium. It is the essence of this failed god, the Apotheon.
Right.
We were looking for somebody who might be able to satiate her curiosity about such things for at least a while, whilst we make our own maneuvers to ensure that we're able to secure access and that no unnecessary conflicts take place in this city that would hold us back from accessing Calmero.
You want me to have a play date with a researcher so you can get under the city?
In a word, yes. there might be something in it for you. As far as we know, she's done quite extensive, if perhaps misguided, study of the essence of this failed god. Who knows what she's been able to learn?
I'll admit I'm at least slightly curious. If it aids in your quest, then I believe I'm willing to assist. I've spoken with much stranger folk. Shooting daggers towards your group a little.
Eridon's gonna kind of gesture to Persephone and then to Pomre. I believe we have our inn.
So what is the plan then? To use me as bait to draw them out?
Not gonna lie, Persephone, I might need you to help me on this because I have very poor record keeping of our plans here with Aloysia.
I mean, no, that's pretty much it. We use her as bait to get her out of the fucking house. That's pretty much it.
We just go through her house and we try to find the
We toss her house upside
Yeah.
down while she's out with the funny space frog, yeah.
We only need for this person, the owl, to be out of her house for a brief while. We need to make a thorough search, and, well, we'd rather not risk brutalizing a fellow scholar to do such things. We can put the two of you in touch and see it as an anthropological study of sorts, of the kinds of people that study this sort of material.
If it helps achieve our goals, then I'll do it. That's it.
Excellent. I promise we'll try to keep it as short and painless as possible. We have the means of contacting you. We will see if we can't set up this meeting sooner rather than later then.
Of course.
Thank you, Pomre,
Do
for everything.
not think I'm not benefiting from this. You may thank me if you believe that's necessary, but in the end of the day, so long as I get what I want, I've come this far to do it. I'm willing to go further.
Well, it shall not all be for nothing. That much I can tell you. We must be off.
Then go. I will await your word.
Let's go talk to the owl, fellas.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Do I need to roll con saves, by the way, for the 2 glasses of alcohol that I drank during that
Are
conversation?
you a lightweight?
If I did not ask, you do not roll.
Okay.
You are safe.
Alright.
Or are you? Make a
Yes,
perception
you
check.
are, because you're not made of paper.
Ugh. Alright, as fucking weird as that shit was, at least, plan is starting to form. You probably shouldn't all go visit the owl to tell her of the thing. After all, she'll ask us why we haven't done our deed yet, so... probably only one of us should go while the rest go back to the warehouse to get our goods.
Who do you suggest, then?
I mean, there's only one person here who, well, one could make a connection like that and speaks her language, so... Adonis, how you feel about chatting up the owl?
I could go. I would need some means of contacting Pomre, but...
You just need to set it up right now. We don't have to do it today, we just gotta let her know that somebody wants to talk to her.
I can go then.
If she asks you where the rest of us are, we're smoothing over some things at the warehouse for Dindarin, so he's not suspicious or anything.
Sounds just about what I was going to tell her anyways. Let's be off then. Alright, let's go.
Radio, we'll make it quick. For the sake of getting there. Nothing strange happens in the city, and eventually, with enough effort, you will reach your destination. I don't remember where she was, so I'm just gonna throw you here for now. Was she on the other side of the city?
Yeah,
Yeah.
over here somewhere.
I think she was like in the Alluvium district.
Now, I want to make a point of, stopping to split off, several blocks beforehand, because the owl is a fucking weirdo, and they spy out their windows, so...
The owl's apartment was not far from the warehouse, wherever that was.
Okay, was it? In that case, then she's like right around over here, yeah? That's what I thought. Okay.
Because I have in my
Alright.
notes that they were moving into a new warehouse when
Of
we
course.
were in her house, and it was nearby.
Mm-hmm.
If she can see us from here, we'll be fucking floored, so... You right there, Adonis?
I'll be quite alright. I'll meet you all at the warehouse afterwards.
Alright, good luck. And we will split. Adonis will go to the owl. We will go to the warehouse.
Alright. In that case, we'll start with Eridonis, for the sake of it. Eridonis, you
Yes.
head to the Owl's Roost and enter into her house. For the sake of it, we'll keep maps low for now.
Yeah.
As you go through the same normal routine that you do before, you knock on the door and eventually are hurried in. She'll waste no time saying, "Have you done it? Is the task complete?"
Not quite yet. The rest of my companions are busy preparing things for Dindarin still. Has it gotten worse? Has the Raven story gotten even worse?
She seems almost like hasty and maybe even feral.
Oh god. Based on the progression last time I saw her, can I get an estimate for how long it's going to be until
Okay,
she might be
for an
my
estimate
leader?
of points of Ruidium corruption,
Uh-huh.
I believe it goes up to 10. She's probably around like 8.
Okay, lovely.
So I can actually give a visual description of what 8 points of Ruidium roughly looks like here in the book.
Sure.
Let me find this real quick. Ruidium corruption. At stage 1, there's 6 stages normally because 6 points of exhaustion, but just assume it's basically just divided a little bit more, but still around 10. Stage 1, red rash appears originating from the point of contact with iridium. Stage 2, pulsing crimson veins spread across the creature's skin. Stage 3, crimson blisters and boils appear in the creature's skin. Stage 4, stubby spurs of iridium crystal protrude from the creature's body. Stage 5, the creature's crystal protrusions grow larger and more grotesque. And stage 6, the corruption will kill the creature.
So she's in the grotesque stage.
Yeah. Just basically, you notice at this point, before she was probably more around like crimson boils, but now it's like almost rapidly progressing. You guys have taken a couple of weeks. Stage 5, grotesque crystals.
The work will almost be complete. You needn't wait much longer.
Good.
But
I would say,
yeah.
actually for reference, instead of grotesque crystals, to give hers a little more flair, there's still the red kind of ruidy nature of it, but honestly, more specifically, besides like the blisters and the normal stuff and maybe light crystals here and there, hers will come in the form of like corrupted feathers. As she seems to almost like become bird-like.
It's
It's worth making a
Okay.
note that the first time you met her, she cracked her head 180 degrees at your group, so...
Yeah, I'm realizing now. Hmm.
She just stares at you.
You needn't wait much longer. However, we have recently come into contact with another scholar, one who operates outside of, well, we could say this plane. She has taken a vested interest recently in not only Ruidium, but also the source, the Apotheon, as it is. We believe that the two of you might have some shared interest, and it might be best for you to lie low somewhere else for the next little while, given the chaos that will soon unfold once we cleanse this organization a little bit.
Give me a deception check.
Ooh, Eridonis, you gotta lock in on this. Like you've never locked in before.
She stares at you for a minute. You look to sidetrack me. I would lie to say I'm not curious, but tell me of your progress with Dindaran and the Moth.
We're trying to find a way to separate the two of them. It would be a lot easier for us to get rid of the Moth if Dendarin is indisposed or gone. And we've come into contact with some of his old acquaintances, those who are simply dying to have a chat with him again. It's slow work trying to dismantle the little entourage he's built around himself. He's become more paranoid. But that's only to be expected at this point.
Yes, of course. I expect your success soon. But I will humor this proposal of yours. There is still that which I do not understand about my condition, about this corruption. You would not be able to tell them to meet here.
I think that it would be. Erdos is gonna make a point of like looking out the window, as if looking for any eavesdroppers.
She
I
kind
think
of
it to be.
acknowledges this and kind of looks herself a bit.
I think it to be. Erdos will kind of just like he'll draw the curtains.
You see, yeah, all the curtains are. It is like dark as hell in this room because all the curtains are already closed, and there's like a few candles that light this place.
He's gonna briefly peek out and then close one of the curtains again. Dadaran is becoming more suspicious. Doubtlessly, you know that he seeks to get rid of you as well. It would be unwise for you to be somewhere where he already knows you can be frequently found. Really, this meeting with the scholars to humor you, to perhaps reveal more about your condition, but it's also just as much to keep you safe and out of harm's way. You've placed your trust in us this far. Hold on for just a little while longer.
Now I want a persuasion check.
Eridonis.
We're getting both ends of the spectrum with this one.
Eridonis, you're good at this as well.
She'll say, kind of feeding into her paranoia slightly. Yes. Dindaran. Fine. I will not be gone for long, but I will don enough of a disguise to have this conversation and return back to my roost. I will want to go now, though.
Oh, great. We'll set up the meeting shortly. Get yourself ready.
Fine. Tell me when to leave.
I'll be in contact soon.
I'll take care of this.
That's certainly not ominous. Eridanis is going to leave.
You kind of see her I guess, scruffle a bit.
Uh-huh.
Like a feather or two will fall from her to the ground before, like, disappearing to, like, a red mist.
Lovely. I hope I really.
She doesn't
hope
really
Palmer
give
has
you
a way
many
of-
goodbyes.
I really hope Palmer has a way to just ollie out the moment this woman turns into like a feathered horror of some sort.
Yeah, you would note she's not as great a conversationalist, nor nearly as perceptive as before. You probably have a decent, maybe a week or two left.
Uh-huh. Okay, I'll set up the meeting soon. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna head to the warehouse. Let's go. Let's get this moving.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
Alright.
there, but I
Onto the
should probably
warehouse.
just ask,
Mhm.
Isn't this a good time to go through her notes and steal all her stuff?
Now,
Yeah,
when
yes,
she's
that
here-
was the whole point
Oh,
of
you mean- no.
setting this up.
when she gets out. Yeah.
Yeah, she's out of her house now. Fucking rob her place, dude.
Well, she hasn't
She's
quite
still
left
ready.
until you're told the meeting is starting.
Yeah. We gotta set this up.
She said she wanted to go
Then
into
we'll have a place.
Americana said, give us a second, we have to organize it. Okay. To the warehouse. Your group arrives, and at the moment I would say the Gull and Aloysia are there. The rest of the leader is currently out. The Gull will look to your group when you enter in and say, lovely. I was wondering when you would return.
What can you say? Ship flights, take too damn long.
Well, are you prepared to see what we've made?
Oh, I've been looking forward
That's
to
why
it.
we're here.
Then let me help you out. Okay. So I can explain what these items do, but because I've had a very busy couple of weeks,
Wow, he didn't write them. Wow.
I didn't make them. I know what they're supposed to do, though. I just need to give
Okay.
them stats. I can explain
Okay.
what all of them do, though. I'm trying to think which one we'll start with. We'll start with the ever-smoking bottle. I like that one. I plan to make that.
The Ruidium infused bottle.
Yeah. So,
Alright, so we didn't do much with it. We just made it give you cancer.
well, I need to work this one out a little bit better. Specifically what the exact specifications of what it's going to do are going to be. But the idea is going to be that it will have a drastically decreased range. Drastic, given the fact that it's usually like 180 feet at max distance. It'll still be quite large, maybe like 60 feet. And it will give buffs to any creature that is inside of the mist. As a keyword there. So a bit of a double-edged sword, but you'll figure out how to use that. The gauntlets themselves, actually look at these. First, let me make sure, Finzyra, you got rid of the rune, right? Yeah, you did.
What? Yeah.
The rune, yeah. The gauntlets. I actually do have a stat for these ones. Let me go pull it up. Because these were one I found already made. Where is it? Alright. Yes, here it is. These will be ruidium bracers, or gloves in this case, but the default's bracers. On the inside, blah blah blah, small ruidium crystal, touch the skin. breathe water, swimming speed, hold your walking speed. All the Iridium items will give this. You'll get a +2 bonus to AC if you're wearing no armor and using no shield, similar to Bracers of Defense. And as a bonus action, you can activate the Bracers, temporarily spreading veins of Iridium through your skin. You gain resistance to slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning damage for 1 minute. You can end this effect early with a bonus action, and once used, it cannot be used again until you finish a long rest. And whenever you take damage while your bracers are active, you'll have to make a charisma saving throw with a set DC to avoid getting corruption. I'll post these ones in the chat.
Okay.
I'll make all these items and add them to your inventory after session. Once again, my apologies. Eridonis, I believe you got the shield, right?
No, the armor, I believe.
Armor. I'm using the shield for the. I'm using the default Ruidium shield for the effects of the armor because I'll be real with you. The armor gives you like nothing normally.
So
It's actually so lame.
how much
no.
cancer does breathing in ruidium smoke give you?
I'll figure that one out when I make the item, but probably a decent amount depending on if you have exposed standings inside of it. What Ruidium armor does is normally nothing. You can just you get resistance to psychic and that's it.
But do I still get cancer?
Oh yeah.
I
If you roll a 1 on a saving throw is normally how it works. Then you have to make a saving throw to get exhaustion, but it's stupid. I'll figure out the effects of the corruption because I have to change those by the book standards. But the shield, the Ruidium shield, it's going to be armor, but I'm using the shield stat block for this. When you're using the Ruidium armor, you'll have resistance to psychic damage, and an ability where whenever you take psychic damage while holding wearing the armor, you can use your reaction to choose another creature you can see within 30 feet of you to take the psychic damage instead.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'll get the nitty gritty for these made, but I'll post this one as well because it's one of the ones that have thing. And the last item I believe was the Cloak of Elvenkind, which I struggled with a decent portion to make. I had an idea and then I completely spaced it. That one I'm going to have to workshop a little bit, but the idea that I'm working with is that you'll be able to go invisible and go uninvisible, and then when you go uninvisible, creatures will be inclined to target you. I'll get the specifics worked out for that one later. But you get the vaguest idea for now. You won't be doing any fights soon, hopefully, so at least this session.
I'm going to punch Ghoul in the face right now.
Regardless, those are the effects that are explained to you by the Ghoul, I suppose, as he'll hand you the items and say, you'll have to spend some time connecting with each of these. Oh, and before I forget, he'll kind of hand you some Ruidium bullets. I've made some modifications that you requested.
That's
The
what
weapon
I was looking forward
The weapon itself will be corrupted, and here's some powder that you can utilize. Mix this in with whatever you normally use. Should, with any luck, allow you to empower your weapon to fire underwater.
to. I need a lot more than luck, because if that shit don't work, then I'm gonna fucked. But yeah, I trust you. This is good. Real good.
Didn't do it all alone, I'll admit. But the product's here. We had some help from a sympathizer of our organization. A blacksmith who lives nearby the casino. Outside its front door.
Oh my
Spit
god,
them.
huh? I don't think she lost one like that.
She's helped our group in the past, specifically with matters of smithing. She's had an interest in working with the material. You're privy to know these types of things at this point. But
Yeah, fucking
Either way.
hope so.
I'm going to clock out. Dendarin's not here at the moment, and I've got business to take care of in the city. That's not
Before you
here.
go, I know
Right.
you've spent a lot of time with this material.
Sure.
What do you make of this? and I'll roll up my sleeves to show the stage 4 corruption.
I make that you've been using it for quite a long time now. The more you use it, the more exposure you'll suffer. We've been able to witness the transformation of individuals that overuse the substance. Use it long enough, eventually you'll die. It likes to take your luck and turn it into misfortune.
Wait,
That's
really?
what we've been able to figure.
And you're just
What?
handing this stuff
I
out to
already
everyone.
have enough. See, I had this conversation way too not long ago.
He'll say, "Oh, we've already been through this. But if it makes you feel any better, it's being used exclusively by criminals. Who cares if they end up dying? They've been wonderful test dummies. They were already going to kill themselves anyways. Street wars have led to that. And shockingly, using this on a creature doesn't extend the corruption to the one you hit.
Guess you
Only the
haven't found
person using it.
Guess you haven't found a way to reverse the effects yet, have you?
That's what we're hoping your group can achieve. We have our theories, but we suspect that if you can discover whatever's down inside of that sunken city and communicate with this Elixion, you might be able to reverse it. Keeping the strength of this metal, taking away any of the pesky downsides.
God, I hope so, because this is starting to itch.
It will do that. If you ask me, we're getting close to an end here. Once you take care of your business with Dendaran, we can finally get out of the way of all of this nonsense and get something done. Loisia says, "Yes. Nonsense is what this all is. Hopefully it can be tended to soon. Have you all put thought into what I proposed?"
Otherwise, yeah, we're working on it right now.
The goal will say, "Ah, so you pushed out the offer to them. It makes sense. I don't know who else you would have asked."
I don't know, maybe Donut Man could have swung it.
Well, if you're actually thinking about doing it, you have my thanks. This is all a waste of time and effort. Plus, who are we to stop the owl? She's been using this stuff on herself and providing amazing test results for late-stage corruption. Can't hate that.
Hopefully, as long as she bites, she'll be out of that den of hers, and we'll crawl in. Easy peasy. Not sure how many secrets she could hide in that fucking place. I've seen sheds bigger than that house.
She likes to keep herself in a small environment, so there's not a lot of room for things to sneak up on her.
I don't think anything could. You see the way she moves her head?
Believe it or not always like that. That's part of the corruption. It's unique with her. Ironic, even. But I digress. Sounds like you have business to take care of.
Hopefully.
Lizzie says, "And now that we're all here in the loop, I've thought on it more. Once you get the papers, that should hopefully be enough to convince Dendaran that this is an unnecessary thing to waste our time on. He's been gone today, doing business dealings with some of his criminal contacts. I am hoping that by the time he gets back, your group will have something to show him."
And what if your optimism is misplaced?
Look who showed up. How'd it go?
What?
He just showed up.
Oh yeah. Whoops. She'll say, if I am wrong and Zindaran does not bite on this, hopefully, no, certainly we will have support from the rest of the group. The organization will stand against any further inquiries, and hopefully that'll be enough to force him. At least to give you what you need to move forward. As I told you, my plan is not foolproof. There are many faults in it that I acknowledge, things that have a very wide chance of going wrong. I don't know how this is going to end. But I have already given you my pitch. I don't think we need to go through that again.
You and half the people in this city.
What can you say? You are in a very interesting position, yeah? Yeah? Fucking God, wrong character.
Gah.
Gah? Yeah, whatever.
Gah.
Guffaw. She'll say, things are unique for you. You're in the position to do the most harm or the most good. Make well with that.
The most harm or the most good, huh?
A sinister smile creeps upon his face.
It feels like that's how things have been for a while, honestly.
I do not envy your position. That much is certain, at least.
Well, let's get out of here and set up a meeting.
Well, I mean, that's assuming everything went right, which it did, yeah?
She's open to the idea. The owl wishes to head out soon. We can set up
All
the
right.
meeting.
Let's
This is
fucking
great.
go. Fen, go Pomre.
Okay.
Meantime, if you were saying Eridanos, I believe.
Oh no, I was just gonna say we need to figure out where they're gonna meet.
Well, someplace Dundarin would literally never walk, I guess.
Celestial Terrace?
Yeah, that place is too fancy for it, that'll do.
Let's pick somewhere on the other side of the town. You'll never go to the Star Silver Halls.
You think she
Yeah.
can walk that far? I feel like she'll collapse.
It'll give us the most time.
That's true.
As you says, it is a stretch, but anywhere with a lot of god presence nearby would be a good idea.
Well, the Star Silver Halls is in the Illuvium district. There is a fair bit of guard coverage there. If they ever arrive on time, it's a different story, of course.
The god presence there is waning, but it is very close to the Cobalt Souls headquarters. And one of our contacts. Or at least someone we've done deals with before. It is good.
Cobalt Soul in the Gilded District.
Yes, Dendaran does not want anything to do with the Cobalt Soul. They will ruin business.
Star Silver Halls it is. Finzyra, if you could contact Pomre, I will head back to the Owl and see to it that she heads over there as well. Once she's gone, And we can see if we can find those papers.
Yeah, probably want an escort, so if you take it to Star Silver Halls, I'll be on standby to toss the place.
Of course. Well, let's get to it then. I'm gonna head over to the Owl's place. I'm gonna help this old lady walk all the way to the Star Silver Halls.
Oh, you're going with her.
I forgot to squirt.
I mean, unless she doesn't want to be followed, which is also fine.
She doesn't want to be. She'll go alone.
You're implying that people don't want Eridanos following them down alleyways?
The old lady doesn't want help crossing the street.
The owl will opt to take the journey on herself. I say you'll go meet up with her. We'll expedite that. She'll say, "At this point, you would only be slowing me down."
You know what? Sure. I'll take that.
Just tell me where to go.
Our contact will be at the Star Silver Halls. The Darn wouldn't think to look for you there.
Of course. A good point. Alright. I'll be on my way. Get that? She'll wait for you to leave before she goes.
Sure, I'll head out. I'll go and... Well, I don't know. I gotta do something normal. I'm gonna stand next to a food vendor in the area.
Stand next to a kebab stand.
Next to kebab stand.
Once the owl is satisfied with your departure, she'll make hers.
I'd also be in the middle of saying, like, I would like 4 Never mind.
What? Come on, you have to buy at least one. They're the best in the town.
Fine, 4. Here.
You'll buy them, and then he'll, after you pay him the money, he'll kind of start laughing and say, "Joke's on you. They're only the best in the district."
That's it. That's the final straw.
Joke's on you, don't come back here.
I'm doing the ascension. I'm doing the ascension right now with the kebab.
They're gonna turn him into cosmic space dust.
You can go
Oh, no.
I want to turn you into cosmic space dust. All right, you take your kebab and leave. With that, you meet up with your group again nearby the Owl's Nest.
Oh. There you go, sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I was just gonna handle the kebabs because there's 4 of them here.
Ah, yes, of course, they hand a kebab.
I'm watching
Take
my
my
figure
kebab.
now. I'm watching
Alright.
my figure now.
Yeah, Owls flew the coop. Take a bite. Somebody teleport and shout and unlock the door.
Well,
I can probably facilitate that if you don't want to.
oh sure.
Fucking have to fucking try and take a weird peer peek through her fucking window.
You want me to like
You have
lift you up
dimension
or
door.
something?
I
Just
don't have a
rewind the
dimension door. I
time
have
on the
Misty
lock
Step.
until
Huh?
It was open.
No, what the fuck? No. Anyway,
Turn back time, right?
I mean, maybe, but I don't. Fine, I'll try it. I'll try your weird, wacky idea. Go over to lock.
Excellent.
How
I
does-
thought we had a time wizard.
How does the spell work? You try his plan, but I need to know the.
Reverse.
Just post the description.
Thank you. The flow of time is a small area rapidly aging the object you choose, altering the age, select number of non-magical objects within 5 feet. Fast forward, nope, reverse, balls, torn documents, mended, shredded base comes home, reverse the aging process of objects up to 10 minutes. Every minute spent casting a spell, in either case, the object doesn't affect the object's physical location. Yeah. That works.
Holy shit, we've unlocked an insane method right here.
It's only been a couple of minutes since the owl left. She was out quick. And you're swept in pretty fast, so.
I'm just gonna see that work and go, well, I'll be damned. Okay, Nice, I guess. I don't know what to do with this knowledge.
I gotta give the facile hand.
That's the
some
easiest
credit.
breaking
Holy
I've ever
shit.
done. I'm gonna
Yeah,
lean
I'm
down,
with
give
it.
Fen a kiss on the forehead. Good job, babe.
Oh my god. Okay, save that for later. The bingo's already over. I don't need any of this representation happening now. Okay. The bingo's
Your
over.
month was
I
gone.
know what you are.
Alright,
Thanks.
wrap it up, Skill Squad. Pride month's over.
Just nervously
Here we go,
get out of the
so
way of the
again.
door. Let you guys
Yeah.
do your thing.
Alright, I'm gonna give us 7 minutes before she gets back. So, toss the place.
Well, perhaps it might be prudent to see if she's left behind any traps for people who've come to toss her place. She is the paranoid sort, of course. Do I have detect magic? Let me see.
Mhm.
I mean, hey, if she has like some explosion trap, that kind of solves that problem for us, I guess.
How long did you say that we have?
I mean, we probably have longer. I'm giving us 7 minutes in case she teleports there and back because she's, weird.
I'm gonna investigate first before I use detect magic, and I'm gonna have to ritual cast it, so it takes 10
I will also
minutes.
investigate.
Investigate.
Make investigation checks for searching the owl's abode.
I'm trying to remember the layout of her place as well.
This is for looking for traps.
I think.
I guess, well, this
anything.
looking for documents. I want you to make an Arcana check to look for traps
I can do
in
that
a place like
too.
this.
What do I have to roll to look for
Okay.
secret compartments?
Well, we'll both do
Investigation, I
it.
think.
Oh my
Yeah,
god, I'm not
investigation
rolling
would
good
cover
right
that
now.
as
Okay.
Dude, you have a +9 to Arcana.
I know.
Right.
Jesus, new Eridonis is on a roll. I should have been saying this whole time.
Considering you know what you're looking for, at the very least, in both instances, you have an idea of what you're trying to find. You'd be able, with the Arcana check, to identify, with 18, be able to identify multiple set glyphs and alarms. It's like walking through a, laser maze.
And we'd have to break them in order to get them to not go off. Oh boy.
Dispel them if you had a way to do that.
I don't.
Skill issue.
Truly. If these weren't made forever ago, I could make them not exist, but that's not really an option.
Unwinding magic is a much trickier process.
Fair enough.
Okay, so
Simple knife through the rune. Break? Question mark. I don't know.
I would say, with a 17 to investigation as well, you would be able to identify that the most likely place she would keep anything like that would be the uber-trapped dresser drawer in her bedroom.
and that one has glyphs and stuff on it.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm gonna be so for real. Why don't we just take the whole fucking dresser?
You know,
It might
was
be
gonna
trapped
s-
so that if it explodes if it moves.
I'm sure the owl thought, what if somebody takes my, documents out of the dresser drawer? Oh, I know, glyphs of warding, and what if somebody takes the whole dresser?
Multiple glyphs on that thing.
Do you want to try?
I'm just saying,
do you do?
we don't have a way to disable the traps. We might as well try our luck.
Wow.
I'm guessing nobody has anything along the lines of dispel magic.
I don't. I do not. It's one of the key problems with me right now. That's why we had to have Calceria now.
Oh boy.
You know, what's the worst thing that could possibly happen if I was just go in there and open that drawer?
You could explode.
An alarm and an explosion.
Like, we'll save it for last. We'll save
this
the
point-
drawer for last.
Your group could have waited long enough for her to be a distance away, so... You know.
I wonder if there's anything incriminating here I can put to make it seem like it wasn't us who opened that drawer and that maybe it was somebody else.
How about instead of going into that drawer, we search everything else first?
Good
Yeah,
idea.
that's what I'm saying.
Alright. Tossing the rest of her house. Besides her research that she leaves kind of laid out on the table, it seems rather mundane. As if she's trying to keep some sort of a front to throw people off.
Seems like the dresser's our only option for any kind of secret evidence.
Well, for starters, research on the table. Grab all of it up, bundle it, throw it in the bag. Yeah, seems like it. I can't feel out any other places she might be hiding shit, so...
I'm gonna cast See Invisibility just in case. There's like an invisible hidden something or other in this apartment.
There might have been at one point, but for now at least, due to her current state, it's clear.
There's no signs of anything hidden here or invisible.
Hold on.
I could try to open the dresser without touching it.
I could as well.
I mean, I just think opening the dresser in general is the problem.
Either way, she'll know someone stole her research.
Well, I mean, yeah, I'd be kind of fucking surprised if she didn't. She's full gone at that point. Nothing up there.
Which does beg the question of why we're so concerned about keeping this dresser intact unless we risk the research being destroyed.
I know, right? And even then, like, I don't think Dendaran really gave a shit if it was destroyed or not. They just didn't want it in the owl's house when they turned into a fucking weird thing.
Maybe the dresser's traps are keyed somehow. Perhaps to...
Is there anything that looks like a key to this dresser, or is it just like one of those normal sliding shelves?
Seems
No.
like it's locked on top of some runes.
So you need a key and you have to deal with the runes.
Well, we gotta find the key first. What are the odds it's not here and that she took it with her? High.
I mean, it's definitely
tossed-
on her.
You tossed the area and it wasn't in here.
Lovely, she has the
Like,
key.
look, a mundane lock, I can take care of it. The only reason I didn't get the fucking door is because they have a bunch of chains and shit on it. It's really just the runes.
Okay, let's break them then. What's the worst that can happen?
I
the dresser explodes, taking the research with it.
The only other thing would be to steal the whole dresser.
I mean, we can lift a whole dresser.
Let's see if we can move the whole dresser first.
People are just gonna watch us carry a dresser through the street.
We could say that
Dude,
we're
do you
helping
see
her.
the shit that goes on outside there?
They won't watch us.
This
carry
place
the
is
dresser.
bustling with people carrying fruit crates and like tinctures and tapestries, like all the time. Like
We could say-
24/7.
We could say that we bought the dresser from the owl.
Okay, but if she asks anyone, whatever.
Just
You
put on a disguise.
I'm carrying 5 illegal firearms on me right now. Why do we care?
okay, Valen? If you can take that part of it, that leg, Persephone, that one, I can help guide us. out
Because
the
we
door.
specifically agreed to not do crime. Which we're currently doing.
You go to lift the dresser.
Vincira, disguise us with magic.
I don't have that kind of magic!
Who had the seeming scroll?
I have. Oh my god, why am I using that saving scroll here? I could have wrote that down in my book.
Huh? I lied.
Karma, I want you to genuinely answer this question. Where do you think you're going to use seeming in Calmera?
I don't know if I even had it or not. I think.
You could seem like an aboleth or something, I guess.
I don't
Someone
think that's
had the
within the
scroll?
parameters.
I believe one of you had the scroll, but I don't know where it is.
It doesn't matter.
I've checked
Chances are
everyone's inventories, yeah.
You're either casting magic or you're helping us pivot the stupid dresser out of the doorway.
I mean, I don't know if we really even need help. I'm pretty sure we can do that with one person.
Oh yeah, that works too, I guess.
Yeah, we got 220 strengthers in this party. We're fine.
Alright, well, I'm walking out first. I don't want to.
Yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. You start to lift the dresser. As you do, you hear a knock on the door.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Hello?
Is there people
The
on
knocks
this door?
continue. There's other houses here. Like, this is an apartment.
Everyone quiet.
Bro, they sick the neighborhood watch on us? Are you fucking
It's
kidding me?
it's the landlord. I'm telling you, it's the landlord.
I know somebody is there. Adrian, is that you?
Okay.
I saw
there
a
a
bunch of
back
people
door?
coming in. You need to stop having these private meetings inside of your house.
Hey, I've got this. And I'm gonna go over to the door. Listen against it for a second.
You know, we're going to have to evict you if you keep doing this. We've
Yeah.
discussed your clause.
Open the door a little bit and peek out.
Hello there?
Can I help you?
You sound a little different. Is everything alright?
You're kind of interrupting. I'm in the middle of something right now.
It sounds like it. You're making quite the disturbance.
I have friends over. We're getting intimate.
I see. Look, you're going to have to keep it down and stop having so many guests over unannounced, or else we're going to have problems. You know, there are other guests inside of this apartment other than you.
When my research is complete, you won't have to worry about guests or apartments or any
What
of that
does that
nonsense.
even mean? Your research? What are you planning?
You know very well what I'm planning. I'm gonna change the world.
Does this have to do with all of that glowing coming from your room?
It does, but really, we can't have this conversation right now.
Yes, every time I come over, you tell me you'll have the money.
Get back to it.
Jesus. Look. Just do what you are doing, and we'll discuss this after you are done. You know where I live.
I'll be over in 2 hours.
I doubt that. And with that, Hakim, the apartment manager, will leave. To deal with all of this. On a Wilson of all days.
It's not an Exandria campaign without that. Gotta have one.
I'll wait till his footsteps disappear down the hall, and it sounds like he's gone. Close the door. All right, everyone. We gotta wait at least 10 minutes before we get out of here.
I'll give you 5. Persephone's just like,
In the meantime, help me move this cabinet over to the door.
dude, it's just a fucking dresser. New giant strength. Move.
It's still cumbersome.
Getting it through the
You know what
doorway
else is
quite difficult
cumbersome?
without
A
an
rock.
You know,
Oh.
I can't fault you on that.
You know, it might be heavy, or it might be light to grab for you, but you're still trying to navigate it through doorways, and if you ever moved, you're trying not to scrape it against the walls. It's a whole ordeal. Especially considering you're carrying a time bomb.
One day and thinks he can move a friggin' mountain.
Oh my god. Absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, you wait
Harrryyyson is
10
going
minutes?
To, wait.
5 minutes.
Did you say the owl was like 70 or something? Like, what?
Bro, they got crazy libido. The
Maybe
ruidium
not-
does wonders.
Maybe not 70, but she's quite old for a Goliath.
I see.
No.
I wonder what Hakim. I wonder what. I was gonna. To be fair, it doesn't seem like Hakim held a very high opinion of her to begin with. So you know what? Maybe this will only
You know
make this
what?
more interesting.
That might make their relationship better. Maybe the next time Hakeem comes over to visit, he'll bring like tea.
Hakeem's in his house right now. He's got the fucking candelabra out. He's lighting it all up. Got rose petals. Waiting for their date at 2 hours. Doesn't show up.
My god.
Let's get this dresser out of here. This is.
Yeah, that's fucking.
I just had a conversation with someone about becoming a god, and now I'm here gaslighting a lady with stage 50 ruidium cancer.
Stage 50
And how-
ruidium cancer. Also, since
You're
we've
not
moved the
happy
thing now,
robbing
I
the
do
house.
want to check. There's not like a panel or anything underneath the dresser. It's just the dresser.
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay.
We can't just like tear off the back of this dresser where all the shelves are.
I mean, we probably could, but like,
I wonder if there's any glyphs
I
there.
don't know if this
The
is like one of
drawer
those
is-
cardboard IKEA ones. I think this is it.
A
It's a solid one.
Yeah.
Like we have the means to cut through the back. Oh well, we'll do that later. Let's just take the whole dresser out.
we've got a warehouse with tools in it. We'll figure it out.
Keep your voice down.
Ugh.
I have a brilliant idea, actually. Very weird idea, but very brilliant idea.
Can you rewind time on the enchantments and luck on this thing?
I wish. What are the potential chances that the fucking guy has done the weird anti-magic thing for the thing? Actually, he's not going to let us in there. Never mind.
What the hell are you talking about?
If we can get into an area that is like completely devoid of magic, in theory, the runes wouldn't be able to go off at all.
Uh-huh. Where are we
do you
gonna
expect
find?
to find one of those?
Well, I suggested anti-magic to the casino man. So he has somebody, hopefully, that he can get in contact with.
Dude, it's
Can do.
been like 2 weeks.
I don't
You
know.
want to bring this cabinet into the casino's vault?
Or just ask his contact to help us. I don't know. Look, it was just
It's
a
like
random
4
idea.
blocks. Let's just go.
I'm not
It's
carrying
all
the
good.
casino. But the other
I
side
love
of the
the-
bazaar.
I love the thought.
Of
Your group
anti-magic.
departs carrying a dresser out with you as you go along. I should tell you by now that long after you lifted that thing, you'd set off an alarm already coming in.
For sure. Guaranteed.
The glyphs won't go off, but you make your break and depart from the apartment building. Where's your group headed? To the warehouse?
The warehouse, yeah. I like to think
I
that
feel
Al
like we
like
shouldn't go
burst
to the
through the
warehouse, yeah.
doors of wherever they're meeting, sprinting back to her house, and then just collapsed after like 20 feet.
No. I'm smarter. If we don't bring it to the warehouse, we bring it to some random alleyway. We smash it there. Take the goods out. Because what if there's a tracking spell on it?
You know what? I'm down for it. I don't know why we care, but I'm down for it.
Well. Alright, your group takes it to an alley. How do you propose you smash it without setting off the glyphs?
Where are the glyphs specifically?
Around the front of the drawer.
So they're not on the bottom or the back or the sides, right?
That we know of.
I'll say, upon close inspection, seems to be the drawer itself is warded.
And we just take everything else around the drawer out.
I mean, a particular, the whole dresser. Basically, if a particular action is applied to it, then
There's like 4 different mages in the
right.
warehouse. Like
A particular
environment.
action. So if someone opens it, what if the entire dresser just tilts
If
forward?
there's not a single member of the consortium without dispel magic, the organization is doomed and deserves to die.
Maybe someone should go run and get one of them.
We're taking it to the warehouse.
all right. So you take it there. At the moment, I'm going to say the Moth and Dendarin are there. So is the Wolf, and so is Aloysia. They're all in the meeting room at the moment, though.
Oh my god.
As your group enter, and Aloysia looks at you and says, What are you doing?
That's the moth stuff. That owls stuff. Fucking.
This is it?
Yeah, this is it.
Are you certain?
For sure.
By the amount of wards and magical things covering this dresser.
That reminds me, do you know how to get rid of wards? Because nobody here fucking knows.
I assumed you did.
No.
Yes, I can take care of that.
Thank you.
Turns out our wizard can only unlock doors and teleport through windows.
Oh wow.
Aloysia just kind of
Okay,
shakes her head and
unhelpful
starts
things.
dispelling the magic. Alright. Should be cracked. After a little bit.
Alright. Hopefully she didn't outplay us. Open drawer.
Mm-hmm. You open the drawer and you see the documents that you were requested to gather in there.
Hey, bingo.
And around the time you do that, you see a head peek out from the meeting room door, that being the Moth.
I got the short one.
She kind of looks over what's going on. She'll look into the room and say, I believe the two of you would like to come and see this. She'll step to the side as Dendarin and the Wolf will head out. Dendarin will have a smile on his face as he looks to your group and he says, Ah, I knew you'd be the ones to do the deed. I'm glad to see your mission was a success. One less loose end to worry about.
Yeah, in a couple of weeks she'll die of, I don't know what to call them, red tumors, and then everything's hunky-dory.
You see a smile kind of drop. What do you mean 2 weeks?
What he means is
I mean, have
she's
you
already
seen
in
her?
the
She's gonna
ground.
die.
He means she's already dead and we've left her in her apartment.
Sorry, but I ain't buying that.
Quick,
Are
get
you
on
telling
think of
me?
something.
I didn't catch any of that. Hold on. Say that over again. I did not. I think I cut off for a
Yeah,
second.
he'll say.
Holy shit.
So you're telling me the owl's still alive?
I'm telling you, we got your documents like you asked, and she'll drop dead on her own.
You were asked to take care of the owl.
I'll slap my
And
hand over
this
Persephone's
is what
mouth.
you got.
Don't listen to her. She doesn't really know what she's talking about on the best of days.
Valen, why don't you calm down for a minute? I already see through it. You're a good liar, but not better than... You're better than this. You were... Do you believe that just because you took some papers, that makes the owl any less of a liability?
I believe that
papers.
we aren't gonna have to kill anyone for, I don't know, some reason of disrupting your workflow.
The Moth will say, I suppose by a technicality they did do what we requested of them. It solves many problems. And they are not wrong. The owl's condition is deteriorating. Who knows if by the time they make it to the end of this, if she'll even be to see it. Dendaran says, but that's not enough. If she's left standing and breathing, that could put our entire operation at jeopardy. Whatever the...
Eridanos will speak up. One thing that could perhaps place even more of a risk to your business reputation is if you garner a certain, reputation for killing even members of your own organization. How do you think it would look if people were to catch wind one day of how Dendaran here wormed his way up through a consortium and then murdered their former head? It's not a good look. Would be all the better for her own.
That's an
hubris.
amazing look. It
It might
says,
cause some people to be concerned. Wouldn't it be better for the owl's own hubris to take care of her?
now you brought up a great point. Type of clientele we deal with, the amount of times we've been threatened in our business. Oh shit, maybe it's the reputation we want.
I tried, guys. I really tried.
He says, now, this has to be taken care of. There's no alternative to this. Unless we all want to die, or get arrested, or something worse. Follow that freak down into her hull. The owl has to die. Whatever monster she is now, there's no person to have sympathy with there. The wolf's going to speak up and say, with very little respect, Dendaran, we've discussed this. There's no need to carry on with this with the documents secured. The owl might share details, but she'll look insane if she even survives long enough to do that. Although, as I've already made very clear, I would prefer it that we find some sort of cure for her. If she was in better mental faculty, Dendaran will say, and I've already told you it doesn't matter. I'm the business operation of this. And by the time we're done, we're going to be filthy rich. If one crazed scholar who just didn't know when to stop is taken out along the way, who cares? It's what we have to do for money. It's what we have to do for our goal, for the consortium.
I'm keeping a count here. We have the moth and we have the wolf.
Hold on. I was just about to get to that. Listen, Dendaran, I know you're trying to be big right now, and I do respect it. I really do. But you're outnumbered here. You really think we got wind of this idea just on our own?
Is the warehouse
It's too
door
late
still
for
open?
trying. No, it's shut.
Okay, good.
It's
Yeah,
too late
you'll
for
make a lot
trying.
of money off this, but if you get cut off from your own resources, good fucking luck.
He says, please. I've been trying to avoid going this far, but the people in this room know who calls the shots in this organization at this point. When I came in here, this place was practically run down, with terrible decision-making. It was a ghost hunting club, at best. Elderly scholars gathering every week so they could share their findings on the nearest supernatural cause. Once they even found Iridium, they didn't know what to do with it. I had connections. I built this organization, and I can tear it down with me if someone tries to oppose that. Or, we can launch it to the stars. Make all the money in the world, and then we don't need this group if we have that.
Dendaran, we both know you're smarter than this. You really think the owl didn't give us our own proposition to get you out of the way? You're a
course
push
she
away from being dead, mate. We chose not to shove, just like we chose not to shove for you. Take the winning hand and back the fuck off.
He'll say, of course the owl gave you the proposition. I was shocked you barely tried. I thought you were smarter than this. You really want to do this. Work against me so that you can... What?
Oh my
Stump
god,
your
will
own
you two
goal?
shut up? Back and forth. Oh, I thought you were smarter. I thought you were smarter. I thought you were smarter. It doesn't matter who's smarter. We've done the job. You have the research. Let's get on with it.
Jared, I have a question.
Mhm.
Hold on, just a hypothetical here. By my counsel, who do we have? We have our party. We have Dendarin. We have the Moth. We have the Wolf.
The Moth and the Wolf, I will say, they seem strange at the moment to this.
Strange.
Like, not like in the sense of Dendarin isn't completely lying about his position.
Dude's fully loaded in the guillotine. It's just if he pulls his own string.
I'm just wondering.
Like, he cannot get out of this.
I'm just wondering what's the over/under on me just killing him now. I'm trying to kill him.
Oh, whoa, we're not gonna kill him.
Grab food.
I'm gonna kill him.
What the hell?
No. If I see you lift your hand and start to charge Eldritch Blast, I'm gonna fucking put that shit away.
It's not gonna be an Eldritch Blast. It's
okay,
gonna be like
if you
a level
start...
like Billion Psychic Lance.
I'm not afraid to counterspell my own party member, bro. I will keep doing it.
Why are we doing this? Why are we engaging with this dude?
Because we were asked nicely. He gives us money when we ask
We
him
wouldn't be in
nicely.
this situation if somebody didn't immediately blow our cover.
There was no cover. This was the whole plan.
The whole plan was not to tell him, hey, we didn't actually kill him.
No, that was like exactly the plan.
Aloysius' plan was we would steal the notes and then we would just say we killed the owl. And
No,
he would be like, okay, cool.
that wouldn't even make any sense. She'd get back home and then everyone would immediately know.
She would get back home maybe like a week or two later when she went into hiding.
Later, what are you talking about?
She's
That
on her
was
way
our
back
plan.
home
I
right
have
now.
it written down.
In no universe do we think the owl was gonna hide out for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, we did. That was what we were trying to do. You can raise your voice if you want, but that's what was going on.
I don't need to
And then you immediately walk in there. Hey, so we didn't kill the owl.
That was not what the plan
We didn't
was.
kill the owl. She might drop dead eventually, but we didn't kill her. Hey, Dendarin, you know you
that
wanted to
was
kill
the
the
whole
owl. We didn't
thing.
kill her.
Good God.
There's
Okay.
literally no point to concealing her not dead.
The point was Dendarin would let us go through the portal.
He's still gonna do it. He doesn't have a choice.
Except for the part where he's now getting all uppity with us, so I might just kill him and take the portal then.
Oh my god.
You're not killing Dendarin. This whole thing was so
caused
different for
Arizona to kill
anyone.
Dendarin. Are you happy with what you
I didn't do anything. I
You
followed the
caused
plan
this.
exactly like we agreed.
This is on. You know what? You're going down a party tick, dude.
For what?
Fenzira, you're going down to a straight
Why?
line mouth.
What did I do?
Both of you.
Fuck did I do? I didn't say shit.
He's causing party drama so he can strong arm you later for more ticks. Don't listen to him.
I didn't do anything.
He learned from
Literally.
him, funny guy.
Oh, I literally just talked about
We
emotional
just told him, yeah.
Oh my
on top
god.
as usual.
They just both went down a full tick. How do you like that?
Oh
I
no,
don't
my
care.
imaginary reputation.
I did our job to a T. I have nothing to regret.
Oh my God, Eridonis does nothing. The competition shoots us
If you did our job to a T, you would have killed the owl.
No, that was not our job.
What was our job? Explain it to
Our
me.
job was what Aloysia told us to
What did
do.
Aloysia tell us to do?
To
Run me through
not
it.
kill either, steal their documents, and then give him the documents, and then get the organization back to doing what it's actually supposed to fucking do.
So when you give him the documents, what were you supposed to say to him?
Not that the owl was dead, because that would make no sense to say.
All right, so you're not supposed to say that. What were you supposed to say?
What do you mean, what was I supposed to say?
I think what he's getting at is that we were supposed to keep Dendarin satisfied, and
We were
in keeping
supposed
him
to-
satisfied. We were
We were supposed
make
to
him
imply
sad.
that the owl
I'm
was
back.
dead, not
No,
actually kill the owl.
That would not do anything. That would be like unraveled within 5 seconds. That would
Exactly.
not need to happen.
All we needed was 5 fucking seconds.
What the hell are you talking
Let's move
about?
on.
The
For now.
portal.
We'll do it for
We're
now.
getting the portal.
Yeah.
Oh God, Fenso.
What were you saying?
Fenzara's not gonna let me kill the.
Before Dendarin, she was saying that was being spoken.
Wait, before the dart what? Before he shoots?
You're gonna need to have a mental conversation with me and walk me through why I should let you attack Tentar.
It's more the vibe I'm trying to assess. Like while this conversation is going on, Eridon's just gonna
Kill
look.
him for the vibe.
He's just gonna look up at Zyra and just kind of assess, like, I've known her for quite a long time now. Do I think she would try to stop me if I was to murder Dendarin right now?
Ride or die.
And Zyra clearly is not ride or die.
Oh my god, I literally fucking went with you on your trip. How am I not ride or die? I could have died so many times.
Zyra down to tick for this.
Shut up.
You would ride.
Just shut up.
But you would not. But you would not ride with me right now. If I
Oh
was
my
to slide
god.
onto Dendarin
Literally just talk to me about it.
Actually, and Eridonus will just like whisper to Fenzira as this whole argument's going on. Fenzira, what do you think's the over/under on me just removing Dendarin from this equation altogether?
If your aim is to be intimidating, you could threaten him.
No, we're already past the point of intimidation.
I really feel like that's just going to escalate things to like everyone trying to kill each other, and I don't think that's a great idea.
At this point, Dendarin's going to start looking around, engaging faces around the room.
The door came. The door he entered through is locked, right? Did he close it, or is it?
It's open.
I'm gonna just.
He says. He says, no. I see how this is. From the very start, as long as you get what you want, that's all that matters. And clearly you don't want money. You want whatever's at the end of this pot of gold rainbow. Fine. The rest of them will tell you. I can't stop them. Go on. Do your job. I'll take care of things myself.
What are you going to do?
Does it fucking matter?
It does fucking matter.
Disappear.
Oh, you fucking bastard! I'm gonna kill him. Oh, Adonis, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna fucking kill this man. He's going to go assassinate an old woman if we don't fucking do something.
Does nothing.
Dude, who fucking cares?
Oh my god.
Adonis is on top. This man has never been wrong once in his life.
You know what? Actually,
assuming he somehow succeeds, fucking let him. Who cares?
You know what? Actually, where do we think that she is right now? She went over towards the Star Silver Halls. We're assuming she's going back to her house.
We triggered the alarm like immediately,
right,
too, so she's probably never made it there.
So, let's say like around here-ish. She's around here-ish.
She's probably
just about
almost home by now.
Okay, well, somewhere. Okay, what is this?
Before we go off running,
I'm gonna send a message.
Okay.
Oh, God. We're in line with the fucking authorities. I can literally call the cops on him right now.
We're in line with the authorities. Comedically large dresser standing right behind us.
There's about to be a murder.
What are you going to cast it to? What are we sending?
Bastion guy, I believe. The guy in charge.
Iron Sim.
Alright, Iron Hand's line is open.
What?
What do you tell him? I'm here for it.
I'm assuming I know her address.
Sure.
Just tell him, no, hold on. Before you say it, just make it at least sound like the Dara's also the one who stole the dresser. Before you say anything, make
it sound like the Darn's the one behind this whole operation, because we don't want to be caught with all this ruidium and stuff. And guns.
Oh, God. Can someone help me write out this message? I really don't want to fucking have an autism moment.
Find the address and just say, like, there is a robbery and a murder that is going to happen at insert address here.
Hey. I'm so confused.
What are you gonna send, please?
I'm writing it out right now.
Alright. Personally, totally down for Chaos Squad.
I don't know how many words this is.
This is gonna end up with everybody dead. We're gonna fail this quest. Hold on. While we're in this chaos, Eridonis is gonna look to Eloisha. She's here.
The moth, the wolf.
Moth,
I can get to that. I was waiting for the message to be sent, but I can quickly say that.
I know exactly how this is going to end.
I'll wait for the message first, and then we'll get to that.
It's going to end with, I'm doing pretty well for myself, morality-wise.
Oh, yes. I'm doing pretty well.
I don't know how many words this is. Hold on. 1, 2.
It's fine. If you go over a little bit, I'll accept it in this instance.
Okay, so I have my line open to the Iron Hand sim.
Sure.
There's been a robbery at insert address here. Potential murder incoming or chaos in the streets leading up to the home. Send guards, please.
Fascinating. We'll check that out. Hopefully this is related to your incident. With that, that's where the message ends. The moth and the wolf are going to... They're going to immediately look to each other, and the wolf, with a bit of a bitter expression that she's always had, is going to say, "Well, I can't say I didn't warn everybody that this would happen." The moth says, "This is shockingly unprecedented. Why would he have done such a stupid thing?"
Fear.
She thinks for a minute. "Oh. You're right. Who did you just send to? I saw you cast the spell. Was it the owl?"
I'm not good at lying.
Dude, you could lie.
Oh, God. I mean, I definitely needed to put out a warning.
Why?
So that nothing bad happens?
What's
To
he gonna
who?
fucking do? He's like 5 times his size.
Well, we will hope that if something terrible does happen to her, that the guards will deal with it.
Her eyes will... You say... She'll look at you more pointedly and say, "I'm serious. Who did you send the message to? I won't be upset with you. You've done your part."
The head
exactly
of the
what you were
guard.
asking. Her eyes will immediately widen.
I didn't name any names. I just said that there was something bad that was going to happen over there.
Shit.
Look, if they're going to fight in the street, people are going to get hurt.
Oh, but if they get their hands on Dendar, and then every one of us is busted.
No.
Wolf says,
Well, that's
interesting.
this organization.
No, because... Whatever. No one wants to listen to what I have to say anyway.
Wolf says, "Well, go on. The stage is clear. Might as well."
I assure you they don't really want anything to do with whatever it is that you're doing, so...
Right. But as I was about to enlighten you on, before everyone started going back and forth, yeah, that's quite interesting. I don't know if our operations are going to have to shift. We should definitely move base just to be just to be careful for a bit. Maybe even shift some of our identities around. But that's not the part that interests me the most. She looked at the owl and say, we both know that neither of those two will spill any information. We both know they can't. The moth says, which is why I am afraid you might have condemned Dendaran to death.
Oh.
She says, I will lay it out crass. Dendaran wanted the owl dead because she had too much information on people he owed some debts to from his past. If he got arrested or caught or sold out in any way, I doubt it would harm our organization, besides, obviously, him not being around anymore and our connections being fried. But there are some things worse than death that a man can fear. And now, who knows if he can run anymore?
I'm not going to hold that guilt on my mind. He made his decision.
I don't know what we're going to do, besides pray that whatever fate befalls him happens before the owl can be killed. Don't underestimate either of those two. Dendaran wasn't lying. He had very valuable connections, and those are, at the very least now, squashed. I'm hoping that our expedition with Ruidium into Calmero can give us any amount of hope. I would encourage you to go try and stop him, but I don't imagine your group cares. Not that I mind. At this point, it's obvious that the Consortium is going to have an interesting time. I wish this did not have to be. If you want to know where to go next, you can cut ties and move on. We'd hardly blame you. Once you do what you do, that will be all that matters, I guess.
Well, with that, it is 11.
We can conclude this before. Unless you guys want a week to think on it, I'll leave that up to all of you.
I think this is a fine place to end it.
Okay.
Got a nice bit of tension in everyone's chests, I hope.
No, not at all.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm just sitting here basking in my glory. Eridonis is on top.
Oh my god.
I am on top.